Hello and welcome to Bounding into Comics. My name is John Trent. I'm the founder and editor-in-chief at Bounding into Comics. I want to welcome you to the Black Pill stream. We've got a special guest host, Lady Gravemaster, and I'm also joined by associate editor Spencer Bacouli.
Hey, hey.
Hi.
All right, sorry, I had another tab open with the YouTube. And it was like,
and it was doing the echo thing.
Yeah, killing me.
I always do that.
I was like, which tab is it? Kill it.
And then I always get freaked out because I'm like, oh no, all the audio's going wrong. The stream's off. We have to shut it down.
Like, oh no, we're fine. I just have 3,000 tabs open, John. I saw the tabs on your share screen.
I have
giving Ryan a run for his money.
That's just one window, so.
God in heaven. Why? What? Do you boys just like hate your computers, or do you just need to slow down? And that's your solution is we'll just have 3,000 tabs open and then we'll have to crawl.
See, it's to make sure we don't miss anything, but then we miss things.
Well, I keep like a lot of the tabs are like sources, like competitors, seeing what they're covering, if there's something that we might have missed. So I've got a bunch of those tabs open, and then obviously I have like all my social media tabs. So when we do publish a story, I can just go boom, 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 and hit them all. And like I do use like I have Hootsuite too, obviously to like push stuff to Facebook. But like we put stuff on Minds. Thankfully, Twitter is like auto pushes, so we don't have to deal with that.
Isn't it Meta Book now, not Facebook?
Meta Book, the metaverse.
So it's still Facebook, but Meta is like the overarching company now, I think.
Yeah, that's dumb. You're not supposed to call yourself Meta because the whole point of something being Meta is you don't have to call it Meta. Everybody just knows, and then someone else is like, whoa, Meta. But when you call yourself Meta, that's like breaking the fourth wall and not nailing the line.
It's the same level of self-awareness that everybody like in comic book in like Marvel or DC or Lucasfilm has nowadays. No self-awareness and misinterpreting how things are supposed to be used.
Yeah, it's
our fate.
What happened to the creatives? Where did they go? Because they're not here.
They got banned from Twitter.
Real quiet. They got banned from Twitter. Twitter's not real life.
There's still a lot out there.
Not real life.
There's still a lot out there. A lot of them are in Japan. You know that.
They want nothing to do with us.
But a lot of them have like Dan Aykroyd syndrome. Where they just completely like lost their marbles.
Love it. Coined right here.
I read that article twice to make sure I didn't misunderstand. And then I had to ask the question, like, did you watch any of your movies? Because by the definition of today's cult, because that's what they are.
It is,
SJW cult. All your movies should be canceled.
Yeah.
Well, that's what Josh pointed it out. Yeah. Ghostbusters.
Yeah, the first Ghostbusters movie. All the stuff with what's her name? The Gate Master, right? The Key Master and the Gatekeeper.
Yeah. Well, and then like Caddyshack.
Yeah.
Like really? I mean, Trading Places.
Spies Like Us, like
all the SNL skits.
Every single one of them.
Coneheads. I can't think of
Nothing But Trouble.
Like I can't think of anything he's done that the wokeists would not attack him for. And maybe that's why he did this.
He's like trying to get ahead of it.
Yeah, trying to get ahead of it. And, you know, it's like, I've grown, I've learned, I've whatever. Like, these people don't seem to understand. The mob doesn't care.
It's true.
They don't care. If they see an opportunity to take down a patriarchal symbol, which Dan Aykroyd is not something that I would consider a patriarchal symbol, but... You know,
but again, they reach. That's their reaching for anything to swing at.
But I mean, he honestly should have just kept his mouth shut. None of his old stuff would have come up. Like he would have just been left alone. I mean, if this is really his conviction, which I doubt because I've seen his body of work. If this is really his conviction that offensive comedy should be rightly canceled, and I saw what he did. Like, see, even there, he's making puns. With the right cancel. He's just like these people are, it boggles the mind. Who's the other one? John Cleese. He'll say something and I'll be like, oh my God, he gets it. And then in the next breath, he's like trashing anybody that isn't
like
leftist,
left of center,
like
yeah.
super leftist. And I'm like, my dude, you must
You
have
hear
bipolar,
yourself, yeah.
right? Like you've got to be bipolar because the people who are coming after you are not the old freaking like. I don't know where. I also don't know where the stereotype that conservatives are a bunch of old white dudes.
Right.
Like, like I said, boggles
People
the mind
think
as well.
conservatives and think they have to be old, right? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
It's ridiculous.
And then you've got people like Dan Aykroyd who, like, it makes no sense. John Cleese, Dan Aykroyd. Who's another one? He's Dave Bautista. I'm like,
oh gosh.
I'm so confused because so first of all, Dave Bautista is everything that they hate because he is a successful cis male. Like, and he's, what is the term that they like to use? White passing, I think is what they call it.
Yeah, white passing.
Right? It's like, oh, your skin tone is not dark enough, and you're like, my guy.
Oh, it's like, oh, you're Mexican, but you're not dark enough, so you're not. Yeah.
You're a white passing Mexican. I'm like, my dude. Like, did you hear the words that just left your mouth? And then you've got Dan Aykroyd and John Cleese, who are comedic geniuses and have been doing this for decades, and then they spew this crap. I don't understand. I don't understand.
It's to keep them in. It's to keep.
They're looking for a job, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's like when the like older women start like taking out their own body of work, like ScarJo. She's getting up there now, so she's got to be like, I didn't like. I'm like, I was so sexualized in Iron Man 2, like blah blah, like stuff like that. It's almost like that same mentality where they feel like they're being kind of washed up now, and they want to try and stay relevant.
ScarJo's not that old, and she looks great. She's like 35, isn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Or like, yeah.
Yeah. So she's not that old. She looks great. And if you look at the difference between, if you watch the interviews, like I know the famous one is the one with Chris Hemsworth, Don Cheadle, and Brie Larson, and like the body language, like there's like that. Ice barriers between, like she's in the middle for some unknown reason because she's so unlikable that they always had to put her with someone else. And where Dawn and Chris are like still trying to be polite and sort of,
they're just like cracking, like making, like being pleasant and like having a good time.
And she's over here like, I'm gonna be the first to meet. Thank you very much. And like all this other like she's super unlikable. And when everybody says that Chris Pratt and Chris Hemsworth are two of the nicest guys who get along with everybody, and they don't like you, then you got a problem.
Right.
My favorite interview though, like
it's the Hawkeye one.
Yeah, my spirit animal, where he's just like,
that was so good.
He's got his back to her. He's just like, yeah, no, I'm a pretty responsible person, and I don't take responsibility for anybody else because I can't control them, and I'm just gonna do me. And I'm like,
completely like rejected her whole like theory of living.
Which is why I'm so sad because like, oh God, this Disney Plus Hawkeye is gonna just absolutely murder him because he is also everything that these people hate.
Yeah.
But he's so good. And like but it's funny if you look at ScarJo and you look at Brie and you look at the way that the OG Avengers interact with both of them. ScarJo gets along way, but she fits right in. Everybody treats her, like super chill. They love her. They want her in everything. And then when Brie is there, and when you have to write dialogue into the movie to be like, I like this one. This one is good. Let's keep it like
line. Yeah, that one was lame.
I'm like, listen, my dudes, do you not hear how horrible this sounds? Like
you're trying too hard. You're pushing it too hard. Like you're not going to make
telling me to like, you're telling me to like this person, and I don't. I just don't.
That's the thing is like they go into all of these things, whether it's video games or movies or whatever, going, oh, you have to like this. Not, we're going to present something and you can make up your mind about whether you like the character or not. It's you have to like it, or else you are what was that? Like you're a bigot of whatever kind, whatever they want to throw against you today.
Yep. They're big into the bigoteering.
The bigoteering. Love it.
We got a bunch of... go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say if there's I feel like looking at the competition, and I say that word ironically. If you have a screenplay or a book or a comic book or anything that is even remotely escapist and that is free of agenda, you will sell tens of thousands of copies. Like just write whatever it is or draw whatever it is and make your money, because people are desperate for it. That is why manga is crushing everything, because it's well written, it's well drawn, it's entertaining, and it's agenda free. You just enjoy yourself and escape into the entertainment.
And you can no matter what kind of story you want in manga. Like if I were to go to manga and be like, I want a nice little story about, I don't know, like a two high schoolers falling in love, right? There's a million different books that are all treated seriously that I can take my fill from. If I go to Marvel or DC and I'm like, I want some sort of like little romantic type slice of life thing, it's going to be I Am Not Starfire. You know, it's going to be all these books that are like
Gotham High.
Gotham High. The really bad what was the other one? The like Beast Boy, Raven YA graphic novels they were making. It's all that. It's all like after school specials, and that's not entertaining. Like I don't remember anybody as a kid going, I can't wait to go watch the special episode of Power Rangers about drug use. Like those were always the most boring ones.
No, yeah, I'm trying to think. So Captain Planet was probably the most agenda driven one, but even that story, it's like they were fighting a monster made of pollution, or they were fighting they were fighting something, you know, it's like
a
oh my god,
power plant guy who's like causing nuclear plants to like be destroyed,
or like evil Captain Planet who's a pollutioner. Polluter.
Exactly. And I'm like, that's gotta be I'm trying to think back to the cartoons that I watched growing up, and I think that's the most agenda driven one, and it wasn't even really agenda, it was literally just pick up your crap.
Yeah, right.
Throw it away.
Again, Captain Planet wasn't telling you like pick up your crap, and if you don't, you clearly are racist. It was just like pick up your crap, and if you don't, there's going to be pollution. Anyway, here's the next episode. Like that was it. Like you made your point, and we're going. Yeah,
and a lot of times it was just a heroes trying to figure out how to solve the problem, like defeat a villain, and who just happened to be a pollution type villain.
Right, exactly.
And then they would summon Captain Planet clearly, and then Captain Planet would have like a knockdown, drag out fight of like Captain Planet versus like whatever the toxic pollution villain is, and Captain Planet wins.
But even when they would do like, because at the end of the cartoon, they'd be like, we can all help our planet be like more clean or like better.
I didn't pay attention to that.
So yeah, like they did the little announcements. You know what I'm talking about though, right? The announcements at the end that nobody listened to.
That's what I'm saying. Yes.
Yeah, but you're sitting there. I actually, because I was rewatching some of them, and that announcement came up at the end, and I was like, oh my god, this is ridiculous. But if you listen to it, it's like, it's up to each person to do what they can, and I'm like, oh my god, personal responsibility. See, like if you would say
that's legitimately surprising. Yeah.
I'm like, if you would say that, be like, do what you can, like pick up after yourself and don't make a mess, don't leave behind pollution. If everybody did that, there'd be no pollution. So personal responsibility. It's like, oh my god, what is this? This is so strange,
so foreign.
What is this personal responsibility you speak of, Captain Planet? I don't understand. But sorry, I know that we went like high until right there, John. You know me, I go off on my tangents.
We always do this.
Yeah, we do really always do this.
So we got a pretty big show tonight. Obviously, I think we'll probably get a little bit more into Dan Aykroyd. Again, I know we touched on just right there, but we'll probably get a little bit more into that interview that he did with the Hollywood Reporter. We're going to talk about some Eternals, especially what producer Nate Moore has been saying lately, and then also this what was the Chloe Zhao's talking about specifically. There's like a sex scene, I guess, in the movie. So we'll talk about that. I saw that Deviant Porgy is in the chat. He said he's seen it. So maybe he can give us a little bit more details on
sorry.
on that scene and what's actually going on.
Did you see it willingly?
Yeah, right.
Like, was it by choice?
It might be. Yeah, I mean, I know Pork's got his own channel, so maybe he's trying to do like a Gary or an Az and like warn people off or whatever.
Oh god.
Hey, that's fine. I like when your article came out about the sex scene, I was like, nope, it's all yours, boys. I don't want it.
Like I don't want to touch it at all.
I'm out. And then everybody's like, do you have a problem with sex? And I'm like, in a superhero film? Yes, I do. Yes. I didn't like that in Wonder Woman 1984 either. Like,
yeah,
that was super bad because she totally like took advantage of the dude.
Yeah.
Like, this is why you can't put this stuff in. Like,
no self-awareness.
Like that's the difference between. So like I saw a bunch of people were like, well, there was the scene in the Iron Man 1 in the first Iron Man film.
Such a bad comparison.
Like, well, no, that you never see it. It's all off screen. You see him. You see them like get in the car together, and then the next thing you think
they wake up like in the morning. Yeah,
like, he's not even there. She's just wakes up in the bed, and it's implied. There's you don't see anything. So that's a huge difference. Whereas like you actually see a lot of that stuff in Wonder Woman 1984 from her.
Yes.
So we're gonna.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
We'll get into that a little bit later. That might be the first thing we'll get into. So after I go, and then I think what else did we say we're gonna get into? We'll talk about the Buzz, like Buzz.
Buzz.
Our favorites. Our favorite scooper. Grace Randolph has some detail about what's going to happen with Lightyear. So, and then we'll get into Image's new union and their demands. It was weird. They put it in their goals section, but it all reads like demands. So I don't like. Can
we cover that?
So we'll get into that too.
Actually,
let's do the image thing first.
Let's do the image.
That is freaking hilarious to me for more than one reason.
I also, I'm not gonna. No one's commented on this, but I was really proud of my image selection.
Yeah, you got Union.
Yes.
Everyone is talking about everyone's talking about the Union comic that Image did, but no one's talking about Cal, which is actually a great comic by Kyle Higgins, which is about a superhero union in Chicago, and shows like how corrupt the superhero union is, and they're dealing with the city, and it's only like it's a shame it only lasted 11 issues. I think they just
that's it.
They weren't getting in, people weren't buying, so but it was good. I really enjoyed it. Plus it was my introduction to Rod Reisch or however you say him.
The artist.
He's a big Marvel artist now, so
he's great. I like him.
Yeah, his art's pretty cool.
Oh, isn't there an image from that book in the article where it's something like don't play that like moral card or something?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Like my favorite.
So good.
So I got
it. I was like, perfect.
I got it down here where they're like it's their last thing that they want. So this is their last demand. So I'll just preface this. So there's like 9 of these people that work at Image. It's not all of their employees. I know that for a fact because the person who sends me their press release is not on their list, and she's like the director of PR. It's none of like doesn't seem like any of the executives. It's just I've never seen I'm guessing these are maybe like people who are maybe they do some kind of I don't even want to say they're editors because from what I understand, a lot of the Image people have their own editors. Like the creative teams usually hire their own editors. So I really have to, an Image doesn't have like a list of who they're employing. I looked, I didn't see.
Oh yeah,
what they see more to me is I don't know what Image calls them, but if you're in publishing, you have your assembly crew, and so you've got the people who are actually like piecing the stuff together, printing out the hard copies and packaging and sent so it's got a lot to do with your assembly and your distribution and everything like that. And so it feels more like these people because isn't one of the demands that they I'm gonna word it incorrectly, but basically if they feel it's morally repugnant.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah, it's the last one. Yeah, if it's morally
this is what I got to.
we shouldn't have to print it off or something. And that's what makes me think that they're in the assembly.
So
crew,
so they say here they say they want renewed commitment to company values through the addition of a collective voting option to immediately cancel publication of any title whose creators have been found to have engaged in abuse, sexual assault, racism, and xenophobia. homophobia, transphobia, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, ableism, etc. Excuse me. Until such time as said creators have engaged in meaningful reparations toward affected persons. So who even knows what that meaningful reparation? Like I assume that they'll create whatever the meaningful reparations are.
Exactly.
Some kind of humiliation.
It's also like, do you remember the whole thing with
they're gonna make you strip naked and walk through the town.
Dude, basically at this point,
yelling shame at you.
What was it's either Ennis or it's like
Warren Ellis.
Ellis, that's who I was thinking of, where he came out and he was like, hey, I'm sorry, like I hear all these accusations, blah, blah, blah. Basically, he's like, I didn't see it that way, but I hear you. Let me know what I can do to make this up for you. And that same language came out about him. It was like, he shouldn't be allowed to work until he's made reparations to the affected parties. But when we were covering it, the affected parties didn't want anything to do with him. They didn't want to hear any like outreach. They didn't want to try any solution. They just wanted him gone. So like that is like really worrying. And also the fact that in that blurb for that power, it says like, etc. Like if they're ableist or racist or etc. And it's like, or etc. So like what? They don't like, I don't know, McDonald's, you're gonna flip out?
No. They can make up things that they're
exactly. That's what I mean.
Have a vote and just like cancel you.
Yeah, and the thing is, these people don't believe in an objective measure.
No.
They legitimately, there is no excuse me. There's no objective measure for these people. And the thing is, okay, so brief history on the Union started with the Industrial Revolution.
In 1776.
Not quite. Close though. No. But Industrial Revolution.
Say which union?
There you go. Essentially, basically, it was factory and coal workers were getting black lung and were getting like the horrible working conditions were happening. Long hours, no breaks, no weekends. Children were working. So unions formed because at that time it was like the elites and everybody else. And you just had to do what the elites said. Otherwise they'd boot you out and they'd just find someone else to fill. You were a cog in the wheel. So the unions formed so that everybody had the same voice and they
weren't treating you like a human. They weren't treating you with the dignity and
they were treating you like the machine,
as a human being.
So
you were you were just a machine.
Exactly. So the purpose of the union is so that there was a united front so that the workers could be treated like a human being. It has now morphed into something that is not the purpose of a union, and quite frankly, it doesn't function like a union. It doesn't do anything that a union is supposed to do. It's just all of it.
Yeah, a lot of times it's just a money funneling scheme.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that or it's a power grab.
Yeah,
like that's it.
And so this union is called this union that they created. Let me scroll up here. Is called the Comic Book Workers United, and it's represented by the Communication Workers of America, which is a big name, legitimate union. And so I guess they worked with them. So they're part of the CWA, and there's 9 of them. Because at least there's 9 people who signed this. And so they are asking for like better pay, which I don't think there's any problem. I don't think there's anything wrong with asking
with that. Yeah,
for more pay. Negotiating that.
I can agree on that one.
I mean, yeah. Well, considering
but it's these demands here that they make.
Yeah,
as their goal. So is what the real problem is.
With the inflation that happened this year, if you do not receive, it's like a 5.5% raise, you actually take a pay cut. Oh, Spencer left.
Yeah, his internet. He'll be back. But yeah, so here's another demand. Where is it here? Right here. A long-term actionable plan to address the overall lack of diversity in both general staff and management. The authors, artists, and readers who bring comics to life have never been homogenous, and the stories we publish can only be improved by staffing our organization in a way that more accurately reflects the demographics of our creators, our readership, and the nation as a whole. So they literally just want to hire people based on their identity, their colors or their sexual orientation or something, whatever their identity, which is just this is such a on the face. It's just a ridiculous demand. It's like no, I'm going to hire someone who's good for the job.
It's a violation of Title VII and Title IX. You can't discriminate against. That's the thing. If you have 2 candidates, who who have identical qualifications. Everything about them on paper is the same, except one is a man and one is a woman, or one is black and one is white. If you hire them based on their demographic information, that is a violation of Title VII and Title IX. You cannot do that. And so that's when you hold, that's basically when you invite both candidates in again, and you put them through a more rigorous interview process, and then whoever either answers the most questions correctly or impresses the most in like
or
whatever whatever it is, you hire them based on that, which is a meritocracy. That's how it's supposed to go. But these people want to just they don't seem to understand that these people get so confused on like First Amendment and Title VII and Title IX. It's not only discriminating against the like minorities, it's also it's also discriminating against anybody, as well as boosting a certain group over another because of a certain demographic, whether that's race or gender or religious affiliation, whatever it may be. So it's not just that you can't discriminate against, it's also that you can't bolster any specific group based on a demographic. It's the same thing with the First Amendment when they're like, well, freedom from religion is, why we shouldn't be forced to like pray in public schools or read Bibles in public schools. And it's like, no, it's freedom of expression of you can freely express your religion. It protects you. Like, I can't force you to be Catholic, but you can't force me to be atheist.
Right.
So but they never hear the other side of it, or they never realize the other side of it because they can't weaponize that.
No, you're 100% on point. I agree. It's also like completely antithetical to like what Image started as. Like, we want to be a creator, like, what is it, publishing house, like where the creators have their powers and let them make what they want. And now it's like all the way into the whatchamacallit, like it horseshoed. Now it's the opposite.
I saw, I forget who it was, but someone had a great tweet and was like, this is the antithesis of what Image was when they first started. They were trying to get away from like the corporate like control and oversight, and these people are like we literally want to control and have like more oversight and like tell you what you can and can't do. Where Image is like, no, we want to like do our own, we want to be able to have the freedom to do what we want to do without like other people telling us what we can and can't do. So it's like so I saw that too. But yeah, so I found this is in Cal number 2, and great panel here. The artwork is really good, but you should be careful about playing the moral superiority card, Randall. Your hand isn't that good. So
and here I want to double down on why that is so perfect, because the reason I accidentally logged off a second ago is because I was trying to share my screen, because you or John and Lady Gravemaster had me thinking, who are we can pull it up. Who are the people who signed this letter? So I went and I looked up every single one of the people on that letter. And I want to show you who is trying to exert control over Image, because it's not the creators at all. So I got them all by order as John put them in the announcement. So we have
because if you know anything about Image, the creators are they work with, like, Image is like a publishing house.
Yeah.
The creators work with they cut a deal with them to have Image publish everything. But they still own their property and everything. Image doesn't own the IP. I think there's probably different deals with like obviously like the what's his name has like Skyline or something like that. Walking Dead guy. Yeah. Kirkman has
Skybound.
Skybound. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
That's what it was.
But there's like different deals. But Jim Zub has a lot of that on his website where he goes into all those details. But yeah, so like Image doesn't. It's not like DC where DC like owns the IP, the comic books, and they're just hiring freelancers to write their. It's like work for hire to write their characters. The Image is like, no, those people actually are the creators. They own.
Their work. They own the publishing royalties. Yeah.
Yeah, and Image. There you go. So all right.
Yeah. So so like. This is in order from how John put it on the site. So here's number one, Ryan Brewer.
That's how they signed it.
Who looks like, that's how they signed it. So first signer, Ryan Brewer, aka Image Comics Dr. Fauci here. Production artist at Image Comics. Okay, so he's just a production artist. Liana Conter, the accounting analyst at Image Comics. Marla Isaac, talent liaison. Drew Fitzgerald, marketing content associate. Melissa Gifford, an editor. Chloe Ramos, book market and library sales manager. Patricia Ramos, traffic manager. John Schlafman, specialty sales coordinator. And of course, he's throwing up the most virtue signaling header of all time.
Yeah.
And then Ryan Burr. Oh, I guess I had him twice, but we're back on Fauci. But yeah, so none of them, absolutely none of them are creators. None of them. It's insane. These are the people demanding that they have control over what comics are put out. Sorry, Gravemaster.
No, you're good. Do you know what a traffic manager is?
I was going to ask you because I figured you might know. I have no idea what that title.
Are you all ready? Yeah. $110,000 for 4.5 years of college and 3 degrees is finally going to pay off. Traffic management is literally the person who reviews the like how everything splits and then sends you, like if you clicked on comic A, they would look at what it was, and then they're the ones that are throwing, like, they're the ones that are like, you may like comic D, F, G, C. And then they'll be like, hey, your friend or so-and-so came and saw that, like, so-and-so checked out this comic book. Come and take a look. But they do it in less, like, so they're the ones who are pushing ads out, or they're the ones who are, like, linking stuff you might be interested to, or they're the ones who are like, hey, so-and-so, this account is associated with these accounts, so let's flood these accounts with ads for that they're managing traffic. They're either trying to pull it in or push it out.
So they're just making targeted Facebook ads and like
pretty much. That's what they do.
And maybe like doing maybe working with a web developer. I guess if you click on like a
like
on one of their comics or something like that,
hyperlink or whatever. Yeah, that's what they do. Like the first time I ever heard traffic management, I was like, why are we talking about police officer role? I was like, I mean, I know they have to manage the traffic, but isn't that basically like, you turn left, you come forward? I was like, why is this
it's those cops.
Why is this in my production management class? What's going on? And then they're like, this is what it is. And I was like, oh, that's not at all what I would have thought. And it's kind of hilarious. And they get, you want to talk about a position that gets paid too much money. Production managers, the at least whenever we were studying it, that would have been 4 years ago now. So 4 years ago, the median income for the nation for a production manager was like $58,000.
Whoa!
To just like send out targeted ads and bring people, and then because here's the thing,
that's like the diversity and inclusion, or what is it, the DIE industry? Diversity, inclusion, and equity. Yeah, that entire thing. Ugh.
Yeah.
Goodness.
Because the thing is, when all of this,
if you're bringing in a lot, so I can see if your ads are
if you're bringing in a lot, you should rate some kind of pay. Yeah, like if there was a direct, like commission, like basically like, hey, how much traffic do you bring to the site, or how much are you pushing, like whatever, that I could completely understand. That's not what is happening. They're getting paid those things because of ideologies that are being pushed, but also imagine this. I'm barely into my 30s, and the internet has changed so much in the last 6 years that some of the classes that I took in college are no longer even relevant when it comes to certain ways to handle the internet, especially social media. That thing is just like a beast.
Social media
so outdated.
I mean, since we've been doing bounding into comics, it's like completely changed. I mean, Facebook absolutely like destroyed their algorithms after the 2016 election. Completely changed the way things were done. And now they're getting into the publishing game like Google is now. They have like Facebook News and stuff like that, where they're aggregating news. So there's that too. And I know we talk about this when it comes to movies and stuff. I forget, Jason Blum was talking about this. It's not about content. Your content can be as good. Like I know you were talking about this earlier. If you have something, you can get stuff like it. I actually disagree with that. It's about whether or not you can actually distribute it. And I agree with Jason Blum. I think if the distribution is king right now, and if you can't distribute what you got, no one's going to see it.
Yeah, if you have a hook, if you have even just a little bit of a hook, and you can just, if you are smart with your distribution, you're going to absolutely just dominate everything. Also, if you know which palms to grease, that also helps. But the thing is, the reason that, because everybody is like, where did all of these millennials? First of all, they're not all millennials. Some of these people are Gen Xers that let these wolves in the door, and some of them are the wolves themselves.
A lot of them are boomers.
Too. Well, no, so they're the ones that let the wolves in. So, because imagine you're like a 60, 65 or 60-year-old CEO. Like, I find like TikTok to me is just a waste of time, quite frankly. Like, I know that it's got its merits, but I'm never going to be on TikTok. I mean, I say that now, watch me eat my words. But, you know, you've got all of these social media specifically is just like this machine that never stops. It's this monster that won't stop growing. And when you have a traditional business mindset, that's what actually killed a lot of brick and mortar, was they didn't know how to market themselves on social media and using they made a website and they thought it would be good enough, but it wasn't. They didn't have enough virtual traction. They didn't use social media as the tool that it's meant to be used as, and that killed a lot of brick and mortar stores. Plus you had like Amazon, all these other companies that were like shipped to your door and stuff like that. But imagine being a 60-year-old CEO, you have no idea, like you still have, an old freaking flip phone. You have no idea what some of these apps are, and you have someone come to you and you're like, "Hey, I have 110,000 followers on Instagram or whatever. I know how to market things. I know how to do this. I know how to do that. Here's all of my experience." And you're like, okay, well, if you can help this company grow into those new market, if we can get a piece of this market, let's do it, because market share in business, that law stays the same. Market share is king. It's not necessarily how much you have or how good of a quality product you have. It's the amount of market share that you have. That's why Disney is such a beast, because they have a huge market share. And so you have someone coming in and promising you this, and you don't know what you're doing, so you take them up on it. And at first, it kind of works because you're getting hits, and this was the mantra of, like, there's no such thing as bad news is good news and good news is good news, right? And so you're stuck with these traditional business model mindsets and figures, and you're trying to apply them to social media, and it doesn't work. Because the traditional business model is sustainability and longevity and like stuff that you have to like maintain, whereas social media, it freaking, you put it in, it eats it, it spits it out, and then you ride the algorithm wave for, like, if you're lucky, 24 hours, maybe 48, and then it's gone. And so
48 is probably the max.
Yeah, so when you're trying to apply traditional business models to social media, and you're like, oh, well, we do, if you, a lot of these older CEOs, they would talk to us and they'd be like, yeah, we post on our Twitter or on our Instagram or on our Facebook about twice a week. That's it. That's all they would do, because they're like, it's just like they see
no
it. They don't.
That. Oh, people used to see that, but not anymore.
So, but now that's not getting the traction, and they're like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know why it's not working. And that's why you have, I want to say it was like a $35 million research project. Don't quote me on that. I'm gonna have to go find it, but I want to say it was Berkeley for like $35 million. And they were trying to like figure out why social media was, because, there's all of these studies on social media being addictive and the dopamine hits and everything like that. But they were trying to figure out why social media works for some people and it doesn't work for others, particularly already established businesses. And $35 million, you know what the answer was that they came up with?
What?
Convenience. Established businesses make it too difficult. If you have to do more than 3 clicks, most customers are going to bail out. So it's the 2-click rule.
Man, you can give me that much money. I'll tell you something very obvious.
Right? I'm like, you spent $35 million to tell me something I already know. It's no different than when you call into a service desk and you have to get redirected 6 times. Of course, you're going to hang up the freaking phone.
That's the worst.
So it's the same thing when you click through a website. See, all of this business school, all this management knowledge, and I never get to use it because I'm stuck in a dead end job. But yeah, that's literally. This is the
well, I feel like Image might have about 9 business positions open sometime soon. So
yeah,
maybe it's
move to Portland.
Yeah, oh gosh,
I think that's where they are. I think they're in Portland.
Yeah, hard pass for me. No thanks. Did you? The image is gonna do like death by 1,000 paper cuts because what they've done is they've effectively put themselves in a corner because. These people want to form a union and they've quoted all the woke and intersectional lines. They're following everything. So now they're going to have all these people backing them. So if Image fires these 9 people, they are going to become lepers that get whipped and stoned. And if they don't
wasn't
fire
everyone.
No, it wasn't everyone. It's just
so I saw a lot of people were obviously supporting them. The typical people. I thought this was really interesting. I gotta go find it here. He's probably tweeted a lot more now because these people just tweet all the time. Yeah, he's literally 6 hours ago, and I'm like all the way at the bottom of the page already. So I don't know. But anyways, Ben Templesmith, did one of my favorite, I actually really love it. I really like his art because it reminds me of Kelly Jones. Very like gothic, I guess is the right word.
That's probably a good word for Kelly's work. Yeah.
And he did it was a Spectre story that he did set in Gotham though.
Ooh.
I forget I have all the issues. Or at least all the issues he was on because they booed him after the first trade and they canceled it after issue 11 or something like that too. But he actually was just like, here it is. Here we go. So he's responding to IGN's coverage. IGN has this blocked. That's why you can't see that.
Yeah.
They were blocked by IGN. But yeah, so he said, you gotta love misleading media headlines. The union protects the rights, wages of workers. It's got little to do with the writers and artists who are freelancers, or in this case, the clients of said publisher, except to potentially vet them now according to stated goals. This is like, I'm all for unions and the benefits they can bring. Hope it spreads to IDW, other corporate publishers. For the long-suffering, low-salary staffers, if that's the case, they are the industry part of the comics industry after all, but it isn't about the creative folks who make them.
Yep.
It just sucks that freelancers in general can't be collective since that goes against some laws, apparently. But yeah, every worker anywhere deserves decent pay benefits for a decent job. The other sad thing about this idiotic media tweet is it, of course, doesn't even use some comics as their image. You can really tell they understand the medium, the players, the very notion of what Image Comics produces. Yes, IP goes on to other media. Total fail.
Yeah.
So,
at least that's better than this, which was from everybody's favorite. Or go ahead.
But I do like that he's criticizing the fact that these people are going to be vetting the freelancers. So the freelancers are the ones who are going to get iced out of the whole thing if they actually get their goal.
Right. But then you have the other side of the equation, which is Eric Troutman, whoever this is. I guess he works on
is there
comics.
A white bar?
He blocked it out, I guess, whoever was asking him.
Okay.
So he goes, this is an impressively stupid question because, somebody goes to the tweet about the union and says, there are rumors out there on the internet that this union was not only created to improve the working and financial conditions of those within the union, but also force creators to capitulate artistically or to do whatever the union wanted, overwriting or censoring stories. Would you care to comment on whether or not you will also expect creative control over creators' individual comic books? And if so, exactly what would your reasoning be? And then, this is so insane to me because you have people like Troutman. This is an impressively stupid question. And Gail Simone going, what? When it's literally like the last freaking demand. What kind of active newspeak are they? It's like they're trying to change it in front of our freaking faces. It's like, I don't understand this. And then everybody here in the comment, this is how I found this tweet because somebody replied, this sounds like bounding into comics nonsense. And it's not, it sounds like something we'd write, yes, but that's because you are censoring things. You are literally asking for 9 people who do not create comics, who literally hang out on social media all day. You're asking 9 people to have all the creative control over Image Comics. Get out of here.
They're saying, not. Just to remind you,
I'm angry about the thing I made up. What's your excuse? And it's like, you didn't make it up. We read it.
This is their last goal, which is, it reads as a demand.
Right.
It says renewed commitment to company values through the addition of a collective voting option to immediately cancel publication of any title whose creators have been found to have engaged in abuse, sexual assault, racism, and xenophobia, homophobia, transphobia, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, ableism, etc., until such time as said creators have engaged in meaningful reparations toward affected persons. So, like, if you're a creator and you're like the writer or whatever, and maybe you've hired a artist as a freelancer or like a letterer or whatever, and they don't actually, like, they're being paid work for hires, but you're going through Image as the writer or whatever, like, if that work to hire person says something, they can cancel you. So yes, they do have, like, they're saying they want control on whether or not they can cancel books. It's not specifically whether or not they can cancel what content is in the books, but they are saying that if, like, they think that you as a person are a bad person, they want to cancel you, and they don't want Image to be publishing those comics. And I think one of the big things about that is when we had our good friend Kieran Schiek. If I don't know how all of y'all have been, how long y'all have been following the website, but this bloke over in the UK used to write for CBR. I don't even know what he's up to now. But he would lead cancel campaigns against all kinds of creators, and one of them is actually a big time veteran of the industry, Howard Chaykin, and it was over an Image Comics book. So let me see if I can pull it up here. It was like the United States of something, and he was all upset about it.
We have so many from him.
He's all upset about it. Here it is. Gosh. CBR writer. There we go. CBR writer wants Howard Chaykin fired. February 2018, and here it is. He hasn't deleted the tweet. So here it is right here. Hey, Tom Brevoort, you're the editor in Captain America. So he's actually trying to get him fired from Marvel. Can you explain why you've got he's calling him a racist and a transphobe working on Captain America. And it's all because he did this comic book for his own creator-owned comic book at Image, which I think is called The Divided States of America through Image Comics. And he's trying to cancel him at Marvel. So if these unions have their way and they decide to, if they all think like Kieran Schiek, which is most likely, they like Howard Chaykin would not be like one of the most iconic artists in the comic book industry, probably has had a very lengthy run in the comic book industry, would be canceled at Image Comics because they view his opinions as wrong, even though they don't have any proof. Their proof is that he has a story like criticizing.
That's all his proof ever is. That's all Kieran's proof ever is. There's another article we wrote that you wrote where Kieran went after, and like, I am not a fan of this guy. He went after Dan Slott and was like, Dan Slott, you're a racist because the Fantastic Four. Yeah, I do have it. Okay,
let's switch to you then.
Yeah, we'll switch to me.
Oh,
charge. Whoops, Google. Oh my goodness, I can't copy and paste today.
Got to take down those bigoteers. Charge.
You got to take them down. Charge.
Go
bounding. Come on.
I remember, like, I'm not a huge fan of Dan Slott either.
It's trying to load.
I'm not a super huge fan of. He's a very angry person. I get the sense.
He's sad.
I can't confirm because I've not met him, but he definitely seems frustrated.
Do you remember that line? There's a line in Toy Story that I always think of when I think of Dan Slott, and it's when Woody is trying to convince Buzz that he's a toy for the first time. And he's like freaking out. He's like, "You're a toy, blah, blah, blah." And Buzz goes, "You are a sad, strange little man, and you have my pity." And then he just like turns around. That's always what I think about when I think of Dan Slott. Like, just this sad. They literally put out an episode meant to like show how cool of a writer he is on Disney Plus, and it's the worst episode of that entire series. Like Marvel it's embarrassing. Yeah. But yeah,
I don't have Disney Plus, and it's not worth sailing the high seas for. So
we did an article on it, so that's how we know.
That's the only reason I know it. Yeah.
I'm sorry, you guys do. I try to read all of your articles, but sometimes I miss one. I'm sorry.
It happens. Don't even worry about it. Yeah.
Yeah, you read a lot.
I read all. No, there was. I forget. Hold on. There was an article where all I read was the title, and I was like, nope. I'm not reading this one. Sorry, guys. Like, hang on.
I remember that. You tweeted it. You were like, I can't read this one or whatever. Sorry.
Yeah.
I forget which one it was. I remember you. I do remember you.
You're just like, it's all you boys.
Yeah. I need to hang on. What is this one? I need to look now because now I don't remember.
It's going to be hard to find because you tweet so much about us.
First bounty article I'm not reading. Yeah, here I can share. See, you forget. I used to have to do this for Gary. I've got skills, yo. I got mad skills. Not really.
Brought that up fast.
But they are there.
She knows.
I'm just trying to think. You would have to what I would have done was be like advanced Twitter search or whatever, and like what
the Book of Boba Fett release date announced. That's what it was.
Oh yeah.
See,
okay.
I care so little about this thing. I didn't even remember that's what it was, and I'm like, literally, I simply do not care. Sorry.
Did you watch the trailer?
Yeah, mostly because so the only reason I didn't even know the trailer dropped. I have that tweet too. Hang on.
Because we still cover that stuff.
Oh yeah, like and
I thought it was there. I did find it interesting that within like kind of our niche community, there were so many. There was like two polarizing takes on it. Like Doomcock actually seemed to be intrigued by it, and like EVS was like, "This is absolute garbage."
I know. Well, the Doomcock liking it surprised me because
I was shocked.
Right, that shocked me.
It was nothing like he's supposed to be a ruthless bounty hunter, and he's like, everybody's gonna be treated fairly. What?
It's the same crap we got. Like, so I don't know what you thought about the Mandalorian, but for me, it's the same thing. It's the same thing that they were telling us about the Mandalorian. To me, they tell you he's supposed to be this ruthless bounty hunter, and he's like a softie who like breaks down at the first sight of a child. Like what?
Yeah, he's more like Finn or even like closer to like a Luke, like a hero, like a weird fish out of water hero who's inexperienced. It's not a bounty. It's so weird. I hate it.
You'll have like these scenes. You'll have these scenes where like you'll have a Grief Karga like he's the best bounty hunter in the parsec. Like he's like so great and good, and then he's like running into a cave without doing any kind of like scouting or anything and getting mauled by a rhino and has to be saved by the Baby Yoda. And then just in the beginning, I think it's in that episode. In the beginning of that episode, he's wasting a bunch of Trandoshans that tried to like jump him or whatever, or maybe it was like the episode right before that. And it's like, what is going on here?
The first episode in the first 13 minutes, the way that they established, because those were some short episodes too. Like those
the first few ones, short.
He walks in and he is a completely different character in the first 13 minutes of the first episode than for the rest of that series. Because when he walks in, he just annihilates everybody. He wipes everybody out, and then all of a sudden
he decapitates the guy with the blast door.
He's acting like Django, man. Like he's just going for it.
And then the rest of the series, he's either leaning on whatever stranger they've picked up at the time, or the like you've got Baby Yoda. Because let's be real, like. Nobody's gonna call it the child or whatever his name is.
Whatever Grogu. Yeah, it's Baby Yoda. It's forever Baby Yoda.
Like
it rolls off the tongue better,
right? Like you got Baby Yoda who saves his butt more than a couple times, but then Baby Yoda's eating the eggs, and the only thing that Mando is concerned about is the mom not finding out. He's like, no, don't do that. Don't let her see. And I'm like, why do you care if Baby Yoda eats the eggs? Like you are supposed to be. Like they are paying you to pick up and drop off and like deliver safely in one piece. Like whatever happens.
So that's why he does care though, right? Because he's supposed to like take her because of the egg. Like that's the whole reason why he's doing it. Because he's transporting her with the eggs to the guy to fertilize
Yeah,
them.
but that's
so
not
like
somebody
he would
who
care in
cares
that
about-
sense, right?
Yeah, but that he wasn't doing it as someone who cared about the bounty because he never said like you're gonna hurt my
Right,
feelings.
yeah, no.
Yeah, I'm with
should
Grandmaster
have,
on
though.
this one.
That should
Yeah.
have been his reasoning, but they didn't. But that's not what it was in the show. Yeah, you're
Instead,
right.
it just turned him into like your generic, like caring anti-hero, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
oh, he has a soft side. Look at that. Where in reality, it's like what Gravemaster's saying. It's if he was this badass bounty hunter, he'd have taken her to the planet, and then, oh, oops, we found out Baby Yoda ate your eggs. I don't care. That wasn't part of the deal. Give me the info
Pay
I
me.
want to know now. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Pay me.
Like, pay me my money and carry on. Be like, I'll give you a $100 discount for the eggs.
Make some
like-
more eggs. You're okay.
Right? And then,
Mhm.
but like, this other tweet that I had, I said until I saw this tweet, and I'm referencing Jeremy's tweet, I didn't even realize a trailer
Is it
had
on-
dropped.
Are you screen sharing it?
Am I? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. There we go.
So yeah,
Okay.
so until I saw this tweet, I didn't even realize a trailer had dropped. That is how little of a crap I give about Disney Wars. Keep doing you, Jeremy. Because
I saw that one
Jeremy,
too.
what actually put the trailer itself on my radar was that Jeremy was getting all of this hate because he said he'd rather go watch Gina Carano's new movie rather than Boba Fett. And all of these freaking Raylos came out of the woodwork and just like went after him. And I was like, these people are they're really unstable.
Oh yeah.
Do you guys, okay, this is slightly off topic, but if you bear with me for just a second, have you guys
Take this
ever
journey with me.
take this journey with me? Have you guys ever heard of a show called The Vampire Diaries?
Yeah.
Yes.
I watched it.
Okay. So
I like the spin-off one better.
the originals?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. So I
CW show.
when you're
Mhm.
yeah, when it's a CW show and when you're stuck on duty for 24 hours, you watch a lot of stuff. I'm just gonna preface
It's
that
just
right
there.
now.
Yeah.
But the two main characters, like in real life, dated. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, you're talking about
The
who
actors,
do you
right?
consider the two main characters?
The dark-haired brother. Like it's one of the main characters. Like he's one of the main characters. They end up together in the show. So their characters
older
end up
one?
together. Yeah.
Okay.
The
Damon?
dark-haired. You know a lot about this show, John. Slightly concerned. No, it's
I like
fine.
I like supernatural stuff. There's
Yeah.
not
I
a lot
like
of super.
it too.
There's
I
not
like
a lot
it
of
too.
supernatural stuff out there.
Not
So
anymore.
No, that's why you just go watch the first 5 seasons of Supernatural. 'cause it's
Dang it! I was
fantastic.
gonna make a supernatural joke.
Okay, so the two of them dated in real life, and he did this interview, and I'm gonna see if I can find it. He basically, so I guess the people they're shippers for Vampire Diaries as well.
yeah.
Like,
Oh, I'm sure.
hardcore.
Yeah.
Oh, dude,
and,
shippers are just.
They're everywhere.
Woof.
And he
They're the worst.
he was
people.
talking about and the Elena actress, yeah, because you said that it's so sad that they're doing this to her. Fans of like the shippers for Damon and Elena,
Mhm.
they
Mhm.
were like
Lost their
threatening
mind.
his wife. They were threatening his wife because it wasn't the actress. It
Because
wasn't
they didn't. Yeah.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
it wasn't Damon. Because Damon and Elena were dating in real life, and now they're not. And his wife ruined everything. So
Oh
we're
my
going
gosh.
to like they were sending her death threats. They were sending
Jeez.
him. They were like,
Dude,
"You need to get back with Elena." Like whatever.
So unhinged.
That was
Yeah,
happening. The Raylos were doing that too with Adam Driver. And
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's who I was trying
They
to
were,
they're
remember.
like
yeah,
stalking him and his wife.
stalking his wife. They were
Insane.
like, we need to kill your wife and child so you can be with Daisy. Like that's how
Yeah.
freaking unhinged these
Yeah,
people
like,
are.
what
They
is
were
wrong
willing
with
to
you?
kill his wife and child, baby, infant, so that their fantasy could be reality. That's how unhinged these people are. But the actor, I'm not gonna be able to find it probably fast enough, but the actor for Damon came out because he was getting interviewed, and he was like, "Oh,
Ian
here we go.
Somerhalder
Here it is,
is
right
his
here.
name.
This is
You
here. It
got
is.
it?
I guess his name is Ian.
Mhm.
Yeah,
I guess
Ian
that's his name.
Somerhalder.
Okay, hang on. John, why do you know? Like, I barely know the.
I
barely
googled
know
it. I googled it. I
Oh,
googled
okay.
Damon actor Vampire Diaries and Ian.
Let's see. I typed Vampire Diaries Damon interview shippers.
Okay. I'm pretty sure this is it. Okay, here we go. If you want to share my screen.
Yeah.
This is the interview.
Oh, it's a clip. Okay.
It's a clip. Okay, so here we go. This is devastating what he says.
Right.
Like I said, I don't see the purpose of this site, but for this clip, all right, here we go.
That's where it is. Yeah.
Elena and Damon like crazy, but when Nikki and I got together,
that's his wife.
I saw all the hatred on social media, and I was so pissed off and so kind of hurt that my fans and Elena's fans could be so mean to the woman that I loved that I was like, no more Damon and Elena.
Yeah.
It's not worth it. If you are not an elevated person enough to realize this is a fake relationship on television, that you would then use your real voice to demonize or be mean to a real human being who's an amazing human being, then you have no place as my fan. None.
Yeah.
That energy should not be tolerated in the world.
Yeah.
No, he's right. I totally agree with him.
100%.
Can you,
I'm just
can you tell what I watch?
I'm just like,
yeah.
Yeah, I think that was in 2015, it looks like.
Yeah,
Or
so he
might
had
have
to
addressed it a couple times because I see something here in 2016 too. So
yeah, when he
leave him alone.
I don't even know how I stumbled across that clip, but it just like it popped up on my Instagram one day, and I was like, "What is this?"
Right, like,
and he was like,
"Look at that."
He was talking about how I was like, "Oh my god!" Like, it's so true. These people can't separate reality from fantasy. Like, Damon and Elena are not real. It doesn't matter how good your on-screen chemistry is. Like,
it's fake. It is completely not real.
And you know, I don't think, and that's why until I had saw this clip, because you know, as over at Heel versus Babyface, he talks about it all the time, but it never really clicked for me, because he's like, these people are like, we need lesbians to play lesbian characters. We need real lesbians to play lesbian characters. We need real gay people to play gay characters. Like, you know, and it's like, well, it's acting. Like, what you are literally being paid to pretend. So it shouldn't matter who the person is. I mean, short of them being like a serial murderer or something, you know, like, it shouldn't matter who they are. If they can portray the role properly, you're fine. Like, it should be who's the best fit for the character, regardless
Not
of
anymore, yeah.
anything else. And then when I saw that clip, it was like everything made sense. I was like, holy crap, they are actual they are actual fans of this show, but to the point that they're so obsessive that they can't extract themselves from the fantasy of it and need it to be reality. Like, how?
Well, the other part of that is just that the fact that they draw so much satisfaction from someone else's relationship that they need that. So there's it sounds like, I mean, there's also probably some, like, I'm not like a psychologist or anything, but to me, it sounds like there's definitely some self-esteem, some self-confidence, some self-worth, projection issues that they probably have on themselves, where they're not being fulfilled in their own life. So they're trying to find that fulfillment through these other people's lives, and it has to be like their vision of that fulfillment.
Yeah, and that's a sad way to exist.
Yeah.
And that if that is not a clear and obvious sign of the mental health issues that are currently wreaking havoc in the world, I don't know what is. Because when I think about the fact that, like, I love Lord of the Rings. It's not a secret. Like, I absolutely adore Lord of the Rings. And I can get lost in those books for ever, you know, like I could easily like fall into those books and just read all weekend and never look up and never care. But then I still have to come back to right? Like, but I still have to come back to reality. There's still stuff that has to get done. I still have to be a productive member of society. Like, if for no other reason, so my house doesn't fall down around me. You know,
Not
like,
when you're like a weird 30, like a mid-30s person with no job who just sits at home and tweets all day. Like, that's what these people are.
it's just, yeah, and that's so bizarre to me that they can
Mhm.
get so engrossed in fantasy that when reality doesn't line up with it, which it seldom ever does, that
Right.
when reality doesn't line up with their fantasy, they snap, they send death threats. Like, are you kidding me? You know, like you were saying,
They
it's the
break.
freaking Raylos.
They
They're not
break,
even
yeah.
they're not
Yeah.
even Star Wars fans. They were the relationship fans.
Right.
Yeah.
And
You see, I mean, I see it. So obviously, we see it with Star Wars and Raylos. I see it also a lot with like the My Hero stuff. If you follow, if you follow if you follow Hero Hayes' channel at all, I mean, holy crap, dude, that guy
Every
just has
day,
like,
yeah.
like just insane. The My Hero Academia Twitter is just absolutely insane. And then the Genshin stuff is
Oh, the Genshin stuff is
there
nuts too.
is there too, yeah. But like, dude,
Yikes.
the My Hero shippers, man, like there's like people that want to ship like Deku and Bakugo, and like they
Why?
want to I don't know. It doesn't like I don't even know if they're like, do they watch the show or read the manga? Because like clearly
They
it
do,
seems
but
like
they look for it. They look at it through
Yeah.
that lens. Like they
they
open up
must just
the first
they
episode,
don't-
and instead of
yeah.
going like, "This is going to be a great show. I want to see the series," they go, "Who can I ship together? Like who can I
Yeah.
imagine are in relationships?" And it's like, why are you? That's a weird thing to go into like a shonen series about. Like I
Yeah,
don't know, it's so
they
weird.
can go watch that new Spice show that America
High Guardian Spice.
Yeah, that one.
Best show ever.
I've heard
That's
there's
all about shipping and who's in whose pants and whatnot.
It's really all it is. Yeah,
Like,
it's not good.
I've
But
seen
like, even if you read My Hero, like it's clear that there's like a thing between Uraraka and Deku from like almost the beginning.
But that's the thing. It's the thing I always talk about is that they don't engage. They don't actually engage with what they're reading. Like, yes, you can have a lot of like there are fan fiction where it's like, okay, I'm going to break the rules of whatever thing I'm playing with because I'm just going to write a fan story, whatever. And like that's fine because then it's like you are recognizing like this is just for me. This is just a out of continuity story. It's these other fans who are like yeah, just like you guys are saying, like they don't engage with it because they only want it for that one specific thing. So they're only going to look at it through that way, and
or they only derive satisfaction or fulfillment from that one thing.
Right, exactly. And if that fulfillment isn't coming exactly how they want it, they lose their mind. They throw temper tantrums. That's why I often refer to them in passing, like when we're on streams, as teenagers, because that's the behavior they're putting out. So I would bet money, and I'd probably lose a lot of money that they were teenagers.
I definitely think there's a lot of teenagers, but I also probably think that there are
Right.
a lot of Zoomers, a lot of millennials, and maybe some Gen X people. But
it's a bunch of wine
Yeah.
aunts. It's a bunch of wine aunts.
Yeah.
They have
I
no
can see that
family.
too.
They have no family of their own. So here is the thing. I tweeted this out a while ago, and I mean this with everything in my, like, from the core of my soul.
Of your being, yeah.
You should not be discouraged by or prevented from doing something meaningful to you because you are scared of other people being disappointed in you. But you should also not go out willingly searching for it or trying to disappoint others. So, like, intent matters, right? The whole reason that people actually hate KK is not because she is a untalented, in over her head executive who just can't take a clue. There's plenty of those that exist. You've got plenty of
Right.
silver spoon babies who don't know what they're doing. They're in over their heads. And you kind of actually just want to, like, pat them on the head, give them a hug, and tell them to go sit in the corner with their $1 million toy while you take care of everything else and actually get stuff running.
Yeah, pretty much.
The reason people hate KK is because okay. I shouldn't say people. The specific reason why I have an issue with KK is because she willfully went out seeking established Star Wars fans' disapproval.
Yeah.
She went out looking for it. She didn't say, hey, we're going to go. Like, it's not like she came out and said, we're really excited about this. We're going to try and do something new. We're kind of try and step out of the EU and, you know, do our own creative thing. And hopefully hopefully it will speak
Hopefully
to you
it'll
the
be
same
good,
way.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully it'll speak to you the same way that Star Wars always has. That's not what she did.
No.
They willfully went out and said the Force is like she didn't have to do that Nike campaign. Everybody's like, well,
It's
it was
all
a Nike
antagonistic.
campaign.
Yeah.
Yeah, didn't have to do it. You could have said no because the Force is for everybody. Like it's, you know, like Star Wars is for everyone. That's not what she did. She did the Force is female. She did the whole we are a women like the whole writing staff or the whole writing room is female. That like she set out and she was like, and if you disagree with it or if you don't like it or it doesn't matter if it bothers you because this is what we're setting out to do. She went out seeking disapproval. So the intent matters. Like most people are willing to give you the benefit of the doubt. If you're like, hey, I'm new at this. I'm going to give it I'm going to shoot my shot. We're going to see what happens.
Right.
Right. See right there. She wanted to fundamentally change the Star Wars brand.
Yeah. So this is, go ahead.
This is my problem with her. If she was just another aloof, out of touch, in over her head executive, I'd have been like, they're a dime a dozen.
Or even if she was a more genuine executive, which I know is like an oxymoron, but like the thing that I always get caught up on, and the reason I've never liked KK and I can't trust anything she ever says is still the whole we don't have anything to base this off of. We've got no books or comics. Like we've got to make all of this up. Like that's just like why do these people?
It's a lie,
like why do they lie to your face when you know like. It's the same thing with the tweet about the Image Union canceling books where everybody's like, oh, you're all crazy. It's like, no, it's happening right in front of us. You can say it's not all you want, but we have proof that it is. So like if KK would have been like that and came out and just been like, yes, we know the EU exists, but we're going to, move away from it. We're going to try our own things. Again, probably still wouldn't have liked it. Right, exactly.
They literally decanonized it. They made a public statement about that.
No, right, but instead of going like that route, and because they were so antagonistic about it, like, oh, we're canceling the EU, and this is all ours now. This is kind of all that matters. If you complain about the EU not being canon, you're a weird incel loser thing. Like those narratives don't need to be thrown out there. You can just go out like Gravemaster saying and be like, hey, we're trying something new. Hopefully you like it, and if you don't, we'll reassess afterwards, right? You don't have to go, hey, we're making this new thing. It's not for you guys. Like, I specifically don't want you to watch it. It's for these. I'm trying to do this. Like, it's so unnecessary. Like, it's the, what do we call it? The outrage marketing. Like, that's how they try to sell this to you.
Exactly. And what they don't understand, so remember I was saying before where traditional business models trying to be forced onto social media models doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
Outrage marketing trying to be forced onto a decades-long established IP doesn't work either. It didn't work for Doctor Who. It didn't work for Star Trek. It didn't work for Star Wars. It didn't work for Indiana Jones. Let's be real. That fourth one, I was actually okay with it until about the last 17 minutes of that movie. And then I was like, you lost me. Like, you 100% lost me.
Is that when the aliens show up? I've only watched that movie once.
Yeah, it's not even that the aliens show up. It's that the plot hole is so massive.
It's so big.
Like first, here is the thing.
I watched it once.
How did the skull get out of the ship? And then you had a map to said skull that also had a map to said ship. Like the whole.
It's literally
Abrams write the movie.
I was gonna say that it's the freaking viewfinder thing from Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah,
it's the whole finding Luke.
Yeah, that thing too.
Basically, that is basically what it was.
There's a map to
and
I mean, it's
Lucasfilm. It is Lucasfilm. So there you go. But like that fourth one, I was like, okay.
That was before they sold though. But
yeah, it's true. But I was like, man, there's some issues, but you still have me. I can do this. Like some of those scenes were like. Shia LaBeouf fencing on top of a moving vehicle. I was like, hey, this is actually, I mean, it's horrifically CGI'd and that's swinging.
I was going to say that,
yeah. Monkeys, but
cool concept, but yeah.
I was like, the concept's pretty sweet, but also the fridge thing, I was just like, yeah, no,
the fridge
he's dead.
Thing, that's my thing is the fridge thing.
If the nuclear blast didn't kill him, if the nuclear blast didn't kill him, the landing on the dirt 1,000 feet away definitely did. Like the impact.
Or at least giving him like a boo-boo, like not just walk out and be like, oh, I'm fine now.
I guess.
All right, let's keep going.
But you know what I mean? Like, so you have all of these things. You can't take like these people, because what a lot of content creators do I've noticed on like Instagram and on TikTok is they'll do clips or they'll do snippets, and then it's called it's where you do your own reel, but you do it next to the other, like
is it called like duetting or something? Like
whatever it is.
Yeah, the Russo brothers did that when they were making fun of the Infinity Stones.
Yeah, so like when you're doing that, you're like marrying the two, but you're like mashing it up, and you're changing certain elements, and then you're selling it to your audience as like your own interpretation. And then you're like, well, it's not really your own like this is not a new thing. All you did was like, instead of being right side up, you're upside down, and it's not like you fundamentally changed anything. It's still the same thing, and you just flipped the lens or whatever, but you're giving me the same story. And like that's what we're facing with all of this, is they think that they can. If you look at Star Trek, like when you look at 2009 Star Trek, I think it was fairly well cast. I think that Chris Pine was given really bad direction, because the guy can obviously act. He was like the one thing in Wonder Woman 1984 that wasn't horrific.
Like completely awful, yeah.
And, he was really trying, but I don't think there was any saving that movie at all. But so I think Chris Pine was given really bad direction on how to behave like Captain Kirk.
They tried to make him too much of that like rebellious sort of Captain-y Kirk, which is...
And when you look at Zachary Quinto had an advantage. I mean, when you have Leonard Nimoy, when you have Spock on set with you
to like coach you, and
because I was like sitting there, I was like, how did Spock nail it so well, and like Kirk didn't? I was like, I don't understand. And then it's like, oh, it's because Leonard Nimoy was on set and giving him pointers. Like, of course he's going to be more. He like you knew it wasn't the original Spock, but you could tell that he was he had better direction than Pine did as Kirk by a long shot.
Yeah.
And so when I watched it, I was like, okay, this is kind of cool, but it's not anywhere close to like original Star Trek, the original series with Kirk. Like it's all like action and oh my God, lens flares. I hope we are forever done with lens flares. Jeez,
nope, forever. The next movie is just all one big lens flare.
It is just one big lens flare. But when you watch it,
that too.
When you watch it, he basically all JJ did was he took bits and pieces from different Star Trek films and different Star Trek episodes, mashed them together, and put it up on screen. And you're like,
oh yeah,
like Star Wars.
Yeah, like Star Wars.
Yeah, like, and so you're like, I've seen all of this before. It's been done better on a smaller budget. And, so a big thing for me when it comes to like, if a movie is good or not is if it's rewatchable. It's like, would I watch this movie a second time? I think I've seen Star Trek 2009 like 3 times. And usually it was because it was like a watch party. Like I remember when the movie got announced and Trekkies were so excited because they're like, Star Trek's getting new life breathed into it. Like everybody's going to see what they've been missing. It's going to be great. And what you got was not Star Wars. But what you did get was lots of normies who were like, oh, Star Trek is actually exciting. And then they went and watched. See, this is why I think that STD and STP exist. Because you have all of these people who went and started watching original and TNG and Next Gen. And they were like, this is nothing like what we watched. It doesn't have all of like, there's still plenty of like, there is action in it. But they overcome obstacles basically by like problem solving, and
it's not your big. It's essentially it's not a Disney movie. It's not something that needs to end with big explosions and lasers and a sky beam. Like that's not what Star Trek ever was. Like so look at the phasers from like the first season. They move like slower than I can run.
Yeah. And so you have all these people who went and watched these movies, and then they went back to original series and Next Gen and the movies and TNG and everything, and they were like,
DS9.
"This isn't Deep Space Nine,
DS9."
But like they were watching them, and they're like, "Well, this isn't as exciting as I thought it was going to be," or like, "Why is there so much critical thinking? Why are they doing all of these things?" It's like because that's what Star Trek
Why is it so slow? Where's the explosion? Where's the spaceship?
And so now you've got STD, which is basically
that's what it is. It's just a mini Marvel movie, yeah.
Yeah, it's basically just phasers blowing stuff up, fires, and getting lost in space, and then Michael saving everybody, and being just, oh god, I can't even with that show. And then you have STP, and it's basically the same. It's.
Have you seen that?
I've seen 3 episodes, and that was enough. It's basically
So JDA says that they're pushing like propaganda on the kids with like 2 of the aliens. What's your take on that? You think so too? Or
yeah, that whole show is propaganda basically. Like, you know what happens at the end of it, right? At the end of season 1, you know what happens, right?
Are we wait?
Prodigy? Are you talking Lower Decks?
She's talking Picard.
Oh no, I'm talking
to her as Picard.
Lower Decks? No, I would not.
John and I were talking Prodigy.
Lower Decks. Okay.
John and I thought we were talking about Prodigy.
I totally forgot Picard even existed.
Me too.
Yeah,
me
sorry,
too.
Not that STP, the other STP.
Yeah,
There's so much
Picard.
toilet paper. Sorry,
STP2.
Yeah, STP2. Yeah, no. Okay, you're talking Prodigy. Yeah, no. So it was already propaganda when they turned it into a cartoon. But like, okay, so Lower Decks is also a cartoon. Have you guys seen what they have done?
Yeah, we did Spencer did a story on that with
I'm not even talking about.
It's
you're talking about the sex in hallway, like that orgy.
Yeah,
that's
not
even what I'm talking about. That's not even what I'm talking about. If you actually don't do this, don't go watch it. Don't give them views.
I'm not. Like, I don't plan to.
Everybody in the chat, it's just take it. I don't usually say this, but you can honest to God take my word on this. Don't rot your brain on this nastiness. Prodigy and Lower Decks, what they are trying to do is basically make it seem for kids like age is just a number. Hey, you can be anything you want. You need to make sure that you know what to call everybody, and if you misgender them, you're a criminal. Like, they are hardcore pushing propaganda, and they're not even hiding it. It's basically the whole episode is those last 30-second clips of Captain Planet, where it's like, oh, clean up. Except that's the whole freaking episode, and instead of personal responsibility, it's.
Oh, I never expected that in the first place.
It's freaking. Oh my god. I mean, I know that anybody who watches Star Trek here is going to understand. It's the freaking Borg. They're literally like, do what is best for the collective. Do what is right for the collective. You must do the greater good. The greater good. And I'm like, this is so wrong for so many reasons. The least of which is not the fact that there are children that actually watch this. Like,
mine won't be.
I pre-screen I'm not even kidding. I pre-screen everything.
I think that's what JDA does. So that's why he does these like reviews on his mini reviews or whatever, because he's doing that too.
Yeah.
I'm probably going to do it too. Like, I'm like, if they're, because like warnings don't really help you. You have to like get it from a trusted source, or like you said, watch it yourself, which is also like for me personally, I'm like, I gotta expose myself to what is the terminology? Well, not trash, but like I'm thinking of like just for my like my personal soul.
Yeah.
I'm exposing myself to what is it? Nearness to sin. I think there's another word for it.
Yeah. There's
like another phrase. There's like a specific phrase for it. I don't think that's it, but that's what I'm trying to convey. And but yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to do that so I can protect my daughter.
Yep, that's why you gotta put the armor of God on before you watch these shows. That's all I'm gonna say. Like, it's not. I forget which show it was, but basically the episode was if your parents are telling you that boys kiss girls and girls kiss boys, and that's the only way that it works, and that you have to have a mommy and you have to have a daddy, your parents are wrong, and you need to tell another adult who is an ally that you can trust so that the cops can come and talk to your parents and set them straight. I don't remember what show it was, but that is essentially what they were telling the kids to do. Was like
sounds like a Cartoon Network show, given their PSA.
Yeah, I'm almost for sure that it was, but
it could be Nickelodeon though too. So because they're doing the same thing.
Well, and like my kiddos, the early Paw Patrol, like my kiddos love Paw Patrol, but like,
oh, don't you know that that's a they're being brainwashed into all kinds of isms that are bad.
Like, I forget which one I saw it. I hate Reddit so much that it exists, but it was like, it's time for Chase to hang up his hat. Like, why is he still the lead dog in Paw Patrol? This is enforcing dangerous stereotypes about cops and how they're the good guy. And I was like, what do you do with your life that a children's show about that paints cops, police dogs at that, in a positive light?
The Irish Times here. This is like the height of the Floyd stuff.
Yep.
Defund Paw Patrol. Why protesters it's because he's literally a police officer. That's why.
You leave Marshall alone.
They were going after SVU too, like the
Special Victims Unit.
Yeah, they're going after that.
Just Hargitay. Yeah.
Yeah. Even though she's like the most like super like leftist out there.
Yep. It doesn't matter. It loops back to what we were saying about Dan Aykroyd earlier. Even if if his plan is to try and get in front of this backlash, because first of all, I guarantee you, 2/3, if not more, of this Gen Z millennial population has probably doesn't even really know who Dan Aykroyd is. Like, that's just the honest to God's truth.
Oh, he's the Ghostbusters guy? I didn't know that.
Yeah, like,
he's the guy who he was in Ghostbusters 2016, right? Yeah, that guy.
So, like, they probably don't even really know who he is. He wasn't on their radar, but so, like, Chappelle.
All it takes is one TikToker.
Like, exactly. That's the thing, though, too, I guess. But, like, if he's trying to get out in front of it, he should just kept his mouth shut, and everybody would have left his shit alone. Now, excuse my language. Now, you're gonna have all of these Gen Zers who have never watched any of these shows. They're gonna take clips, they're gonna take them out of context, and they're gonna call him every istophobe in the book, and they're gonna demand he apologize for the comedy that he put out. And he's either going to capitulate, which he probably will, based on that article, or he's going to have to, like, stand up and be like, yeah, no, you're wrong, which is obviously not going to happen. He won't do that,
no.
Because he's already, he's
already caved.
He already caved. So,
and he's already, like, lost support from people that might have supported him if he was getting legit canceled.
Yep.
And everybody like, well, dude, you already, like, bent the knee, bro. I'm like,
yeah.
Sorry.
What did you expect?
And so for this idea, because that's another common thing in publicity. That was another class that, oy vey. There is a thing in publicity, and it's literally it's contain, maintain, distract, apologize, right?
Oh,
so if you can
saw that
contain,
with Gina.
If you can contain the situation, nobody has to know. You grease some wheels, you sign some NDAs, it goes away, basically, right? Mm-hmm. If you can maintain a story that's not very exciting, that's not very, whatever the case may be, but you can maintain a storyline, then you go with the maintain. It's spin, right? Like, you spin it.
This is just all, like, terrible advice.
It is horrible advice. Don't listen to any of. Like, I was sitting in that class.
Lie.
Yeah, seriously.
I was like, I can't believe this is a real thing. We'll see, and that's the thing too. It is not a lie. That's not what they call it. They call it reframing the truth.
The narrative, yeah.
Yeah,
reframing the truth.
Reframing the truth, so that all sides, so that they need to reframe the truth so that the story can be heard, because you don't like because people might have certain biases.
I'm trying to start a conversation here, like that.
Exactly.
That's what it is every time.
Exactly.
I just have this mental image in my head, like reframing the truth. So if the truth is a pile of crap and you just have like a regular wood frame, in order to reframe it, you just, what do? You like put sparkles and stuff on
no, that's what it is. That's what it is. You take that arch and you take that pile of crap and you make it, you design it all around, and then you go, ta-da, it's not a pile of crap. It's a beautiful archway. And a lot of people can go, it's still made of like 90% crap. What are you doing here? Like, there are still people who are going to be like, oh, this is a brilliant transformation. This is recycling to its like peak. Like, this is great for the people who have, again, huffed enough of their own farts that they're just high on their own self-importance.
So so the guy, did you guys hear about the banana duct taped to the wall?
No.
I think you brought this up on a Saturday stream.
Yeah, it sold for $300K.
Oh yeah.
The dude who bought it. And so at first I'm like, who the hell is going to spend that amount of money on a banana duct taped to a wall? In the middle of a like tour, the dude who bought the piece, he literally walked up and ate the banana.
And just ate it,
And he was like, I thought it was going to taste better. I paid enough money for it. Like, he was literally, it was just to troll. Like, that's how bored the dude was. He didn't actually think it was worth that amount of money. He was just trolling everybody that did. But if you guys ever go to like the Museum of Modern Art, don't go there. But if you like, there was literally, it was a room. Okay, imagine just like a 6x6 room, maybe a little bigger, maybe 8x8. White walls. I kid thee not. I bet I could find it.
It's like my bedroom.
White walls, and it's filled to like the floor is littered with crushed cans. Okay, the only way through
like aluminum cans.
Aluminum cans and bottles, and the only way through is like this tiny little pathway that they've like eked out for you by pushing like plastic. Like they have the plexiglass to keep the cans out of the walkway, right?
So you can't actually step on the cans?
You can't actually step on the cans.
That sucks.
So it's an exhibit. It was an exhibit. And the estimated value of that exhibit was like, I can't remember exactly how much, but I want to say it was like $3.5 million. And it was literally just labeled like the trials of the harms of consumerism or something like that.
Like
it's all
dude. I hate modern art.
I actually totally buy into the conspiracy theory that it's all money laundering scheme.
Oh yeah,
I totally buy into that.
Yeah,
there's no way. There's no way.
Mattresses.
I blame Picasso, quite frankly. Like, let's be real.
Some of his stuff is pretty good. Most of his stuff sucks. I'm not.
I don't blame the artist. I blame the guy who decided he would pay that much money for all this crap.
Yeah. Well, because like these guys, like that's where Patreon, like the website, it's, it was, oh God, I'm trying to remember what it was called. But
while you think about that, we got a super sticker from Miss Martin Muses for 99 cents as a rose.
Miss Martin Muses.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Love you, Teresa.
And then we also just jumped on me. I just was there. We also have where did it go? Oh, it's gone now. Are you kidding me?
No, I am not kidding you. I am serious. It's a heart attack.
Super serious. I've never.
I have to go into the back end now. I saw Culture Casino gave us a $20 super chat, but now it's like not showing up.
Pumping up Gravemaster.
It's not like okay. Here I can still read it because I still have it here. Oh, the YouTube just jumped on me too now. Are you kidding me?
YouTube, everybody.
All right, I got it on YouTube here. Culture Casino for $20 says the Lady G joins the bounty crew. Love you guys. Let's boost this. Share this everywhere, folks.
Do it.
Thank you so much for that, Culture Casino.
She's spitting.
Thank you. Well, I mean, you guys are pretty cool, I guess. but I'm also a dork, so you probably don't want to use my metric of measure for that.
Better than like the Marvel
what are you trying
measure
to
of what's
say?
cool.
What are you trying to say there? What does that mean? I feel like I just got insulted. There was like supposed to be a compliment.
No, I think she complimented us.
That was self-deprecation. I promise.
I know.
I swear, I would never make fun of you, John. Why would I do such a thing?
Oh, there's plenty of reasons to.
On another note, the other reason modern art sucks is because it's literal trash, and they try to like do something with it, and it still just looks like a pile of trash.
John brought up the toilet, and that's like I hate that art piece where it's just a urinal like turned upside down, and they're like art. I'm like, no, it's not. Like, put any amount of effort into this.
Yeah, no, I'm like, it doesn't. I was like, it doesn't take any talent to do that. Also, the I forget what they're called, but it's like aggression paintings or something. And it's basically just where like you have the huge deals of paint, and you take your paintbrushes and you like dip the paintbrushes into it, and you like slap the paint on you just throw it on the canvas. And I'm like, no, because you can't. If it's not something that's like duplicatable, or like if you could not make the exact same item of whatever it is that you did, like whether it be a painting or a sculpture or whatever, if it can't be like, I forget what they're called, because they're not knockoffs.
Recreated?
Like you know what I mean? Like they're the ones that they sell in like the gift shops, like the novelty versions of them. Like you can go buy a little thing of Mona Lisa. If you can't create stuff like that because it's like, oh, well, this is a one-of-a-kind piece. Like, no, you took paint and you threw it against the canvas and it landed that way. There's no symbolism. There's no nothing.
Like,
it's just...
I'll push back a little bit because I think that can still be art because you're still creating something. You're going into it with, yes, maybe it's not great because it's just splatters, but it still is art. I think the problem comes in when they try to tell you it is something deeper than I'm just angry and splattering paint, right? Like when they go, oh, this is the expression of the turmoil in my soul that I felt since January 6th or something. It's like, no, you just, it's kind of like you went to the like a punching bag and got your energy out. That's all you did. It's art, sure, and you can do it, but it's not that deep.
Yeah, I would call that expressionist therapy, like where you're like, that's what I would call that. I wouldn't necessarily call it art. Like you may have produced something that has an artistic expression from it, like, but the same thing could be said. Like I have journals from when I was like 9 and 11, and I go back and I read it, and I'm like, oh my god, this is terrible. Like this isn't writing.
But see, that's still it's still art. It's still writing. You just are. You're more skilled now. You've changed. You've evolved. You've learned more. Like it's still art, even if it's not good. Like is kind of what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Stop.
So I mean,
I'm gonna let you know right now, Spencer. Somebody's gonna clip you saying that and take it completely out of context.
Oh, yeah, go for it. They've done it a million times.
See, and this is where you and I are gonna have to have this healthy disagreement because for me, like, there's a difference between expressionism and art. So like. You can express yourself through, like, if you need to throw angry paint at a canvas, go throw angry paint at a canvas. If you need to doodle in a journal, or whatever, sketch, whatever it is. If you just have to draw like circles, or if you scribble back and forth on a piece of paper. What I think is disingenuous is when, like, kind of like what you were saying, is like, oh, my 5-year-old drew this, and it's such a beautiful expression and artistic example of the turmoil that toddlers go through at that age. And it's like, no, he took a green crayon and a red crayon and he colored on the paper at the same time, like all 5-year-olds do, because they're exploring and they're trying to figure stuff out. That's not art. That's trying to learn. Like that's learning through doing.
And see, I feel like we probably are closer than I think we think we are. Than we sound, because I totally agree with basically all of that, except for the fact that, like, I'd still say he made an art, even if that, like, but that doesn't mean it's good. That doesn't mean it is as deep as you think. Like, just because he drew something and made art doesn't mean it's anything more than, oh, I just, drew something I scribbled. Like, if I just drew a thing of Captain America right now, it's art technically, but it's not good. It would just be a little doodle. But I'm not sitting here trying to pretend like it's the greatest cover that's ever been drawn, and it needs to be on every Marvel book ever because blah 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 blah. Because that to me is the fart puff thing.
The problem is that that's what these people think. They think, especially like
absolutely.
Draft,
yeah.
I have to find. Oh my god. Okay, you guys publish articles. Like it's kind of. I don't know if anybody watching this knew this, but did you guys? Do these people know that you guys publish articles? I don't know if anybody knows
I think this might be. I think they only come for the live streams. I don't know if they know we run the news site.
Yeah, I don't know if they know this, but you guys actually know a thing or two about writing and publishing. Most
people have no idea we have a YouTube channel. I get that all the time. You know, you have a YouTube channel.
I can't remember. I can't remember what that I have to find that YouTube video again. But it was basically I don't know if you guys have ever read a YA novel. Don't.
Yeah.
If you,
back
if you
in the day, I mean,
it,
obviously.
But it was literally.
I mean, is Harry Potter considered YA?
No, it's
no, I
not
wouldn't
actually.
consider it YA.
Fantasy.
Because, and you know why it's not considered a YA? Because the YA audience actually rejects it due to the fact that there is no romantic relationship outside of the parents for the majority of the story.
Until the very, 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 very end, yeah.
Oh, until like the dance in like book 4?
Yeah, in book 4, they have a kiss, and that's it.
Right, until the very end.
The reason that YA community rejects it is because there's literally not enough sex in it. That's why.
So weird.
Just stay out of that genre if you can help it. But anyway, I was bored, and I was
here.
You guys have a YouTube channel? I know, right?
We're gonna go to war with Gary over his he owned a comic book store.
Right? But I've got to find the video. But basically, it was like how to write a YA novel in like 10 steps or something like that. I don't remember the exact title. I just remember that I couldn't get through the first 2.5 minutes because I could not figure out. I've read some YA fiction because it was suggested to me. They were like, hey, if you really want to make money, you should look into YA. And I was like, I don't know anything about that genre. I've avoided it like the plague. Isn't that Twilight crap? And they were like, yeah, but it can also be other stuff. You should look into it.
There's a lot of money there.
I'm like, okay, whatever. So I went to go and get that crap off the screen. John, what is that?
I'm just seeing what
YA. What?
I'm just trying to figure out what is a YA novel.
I would not consider half of those.
These are like classics.
None of these.
The Flies. Yeah, I don't think.
Again, there's these people conflate language. Like there's a difference between books young adults can read, and books that are young adult books. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But in this,
I feel like the definition has changed because I feel like when I was in like middle school or like high school, I feel like these would be like considered YA. But now I understand what you're talking about. You're talking about like I know the types of books you're talking about
like
now.
The Bone Harvester.
Yeah,
whatever that weird
so you've got the YA genre, and then you have like Spencer said, you've got the YA genre, and then you have stuff that's like this that young readers like 15 and 16-year-olds can read. And so that's
right.
That's the brilliance of this scheme as well. They were able to sneak this in because they were like, oh, here's all of this agenda. Here's all of this weird the love triangle thing is
Hunger Games was up there, and that was probably the first one I would have considered right there. Yeah, that was the first book I saw that I was like, that's a YA. Like when I think YA, I think Hunger Games or Lightning Thief 2.
Okay.
I think so it's just bizarre to me. But in this video, they were saying if you want to write a YA novel, here's where you can save money. And it literally went on to this person went on to explain. They were like, don't waste money on editing your book. The software that you're using now has a built-in editing program, so you don't have to worry about that. And I went, holy crap, these people think editing is just proofreading and making sure that you don't have
spelling errors. Yeah.
That's all they think it is. They don't even know about developmental editing, which is, hey, you have a glaring plot hole right here. And then the video goes on to say,
like
they were like, don't worry about getting a professional editor and don't worry about redrafting your story. It's just like when you answer a question on a test. If you second guess yourself, it's not going to be as good as it would as your first answer or your first draft. And I went, oh my God, the YA genre makes so much more sense now.
It's the first thing.
I mean, I have written like a little short story. Spencer knows about this, and like I've sent it around to a couple of people, and when I'm like asking for advice, I'm just like, yeah, I know there's probably spelling errors or grammar errors. Like, I don't care about that. Like,
right?
What do you think of the story? Like,
that's called
so story. Like, that's what I want.
Developmental editing, and I'm like, that is crucial because if you don't have developmental editing, you're gonna end up. That's where all these plot holes are coming into. And like, when you've got, and if you don't, like, who publishes a first draft? I don't understand that. Like, your first draft is not perfect. There is no one on earth. Freaking J.R.R. Tolkien did not publish his first drafts. Are you kidding me right now?
Oh, well, he doesn't know how to write according to current authors.
He doesn't know what he's doing. He had
outdated. No skill.
It's
right, I'm going to... Oh, yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, these people have... and this is to sort of... to circle back. But like what we were talking about, Spencer, that is... what has been conflated, that scribble that 5-year-old made, they're calling it art. That first draft,
and I completely disagree with that conflation. Like that is
and so now
wrong.
Now you have to be you have to be much more like firm. You have to draw a solid barrier. There's no more lines in the sand. There's no more oh well, I could see where that interpretation is. It's not like two people are looking at the same painting and they're coming away with different emotions or different ideas. No, this is literally you're being told that a piece of crap is a gold nugget. And you're like, no, it's a piece of crap wrapped in gold foil. Like, I'm not stupid. That's not a gold nugget. But that's where we've arrived because these people don't think that they have to do any kind of editing. They don't have to do any redrafting. They should have received no criticism because their ideas and their writing and their art or whatever is so brilliant and so fantastic that no criticism will ever or should ever be needed. End of story.
Yeah.
Sorry, John.
I agree.
We're only going to get through like 2 topics and it's all my fault. I'm a woman. I talk a lot. I'm
sure you got some opinions on this. Nerdigans is telling us here that I saw this before you started.
Yeah, I saw this.
I was gonna do something like my idea for the story was just like Disney tries to salvage Snow White.
That's what this is. That's what this is.
Like casting the racist race swap. Rachel Zegler person.
No, Ziegler is the chick from Black Widow.
We've already had.
No, it's Rachel Zegler, right? That's her name.
Yeah, Zegler.
But I said Ziegler first, and I'm pretty sure Rachel Ziegler is the older woman from Black Widow.
Yeah, so they got Gal as the evil queen.
So can I just say this casting? Okay, I'm not. Gal Gadot is gorgeous. Like she's beautiful, and the evil queen is supposed the whole thing is she's supposed to be very vain. She's supposed to be this beautiful woman. That's why I also think if you guys ever watched Snow White and the Huntsman or Huntsman Winter's War, Charlize Theron is perfectly cast because as crazy as she is,
she's
that woman is gorgeous. Yeah. So tell me in what universe, because the whole thing about Snow White is that she is the fairest of them all.
Yeah.
You know where I'm going with this, Spencer?
I know where you're going with this.
What freaking universe is Kristen Stewart in any way on the same level as Charlize Theron?
She's pretty pale.
Same thing here. How is Rachel Ziegler even comparable to Gal Gadot? Like
Kristen Stewart's pretty pale, though. I mean, maybe that's where they were going, fairest of them all.
There's plenty of pale chicks in Hollywood. They're all vampires, didn't you know? They come out at night. Like
they do.
For real. But they've already, and the thing is, that movie, if you go back and watch it, so Huntsman Winter's War is a fantastic movie because Twilight Chick is not.
I don't think I watched that one.
I saw the first one.
I watched the one with her and it was terrible.
Yes, well, only the parts with her in it are terrible. Like, if you take her out of the movie, it's great. She is just like a charisma sucking black hole, and she can't.
She always
act.
is.
And she
Outside of Theron, I thought it was all crap. I don't know. I don't know. Like, I liked Theron's parts where she was just like literally like she did something with her. I remember she did something with her like head or whatever, and like I don't know, it was like very Hella-esque, and I feel like Marvel stole that.
Yes.
To do that Hella thing.
Charlize Theron
Yeah.
is gorgeous and she can act. And I think Chris Hemsworth was a great casting for the Huntsman, who is supposed to be like this big burly dude who has like a soft heart because of stuff he's gone through in the past, and he chooses not to kill Snow White. The problem I have with that whole movie is Twilight Chick, because she can't act. She can't do anything. She has no facial expression. There is a scene where she's trying to like rouse the troops to fight for her cause, and all I can do is laugh because she's like screaming at them. She's not being powerful with
She's
her
not like
voice.
she's not
Mel
inspiring
Gibson
them.
riding on his horse as
I am William Wallace.
Oh, William
Yeah,
Wallace
no, none
or
of that.
Aragorn or any of that.
fight. What does he say? Flee and you may live. Or it's like run and you may live.
Run and you'll live at least a while.
Yeah. How long until they cut you down in your
Fight and you
bed?
may die.
Yes,
Yeah.
but it's not any of that. It's not an Aragorn speech. It's not a William Wallace speech. It's not even a freaking like. I can't even compare it to anything as bad. Like,
Does what's her name give a speech for Hunger Games?
I have no idea.
Katniss. Yeah, she does at some point.
Yeah.
Spencer, why do you know all these names?
I have sisters.
She's literally just the Hunger Games chick to me, or like I call her the.
What's
chick
the other one? What was that other big YA thing that came out?
I know which one you're talking about. You know why? Because all of the Hunger Games
Yeah.
people were mad at it. It's called Divergent.
Yeah, that's it.
And I got an
And
earful about how it was a ripoff
Nice job.
of Hunger Games. And I'm like, you realize Hunger Games is a ripoff of Battle Royale, right?
Of all of that, yeah.
Back in the 1980s. And they're like, what's that? And I'm like, it's way more brutal.
Well, this is too problematic. Everybody is dying. Thank God for the Hunger Games. It gave us the appropriate version. Like,
but I'm just saying, what's that little girl's name where it's when she first does the little
Brew?
That one.
Yeah.
Rue still died, yo.
Yep,
Rue
she still died.
You're problematic. End of discussion. No, but like this is just what I'm saying. Like, you have all of these actresses who are literally next level, like, gorgeous. And Gal Gadot, I mean, she to me comes across as someone who is super genuine. Like, when she did that Imagine video,
I mean, yeah.
She
for
said,
that.
yeah, she was like, I just wanted to do this thing to like kind of boost people's spirits. And then my friend, who's like the mayor of Hollywood, and now I can't even think of her name. What's her name? She was in Ghostbusters 2016.
Kristen
Wiig.
Yes, Kristen Wiig.
Who was Cheetah.
Yeah, they were in 1984
Hollywood.
together. Remember, that's when all this stuff was happening. And she's like, so I called Kristen Wiig, who's basically the mayor of Hollywood. I don't think anybody should like be proud of that title, but she's like, and she just got everybody together, and this thing sort of grew into this wonderful message to the people, and that's all I wanted to do. I genuinely believe that was her intention. She just wanted to like let people know that she was thinking about them, and she genuinely cared. And then all of these opportunists in Hollywood saw it, what she was trying to do, hijacked it, and took advantage of it, and completely changed what she had intended. Which, sucks for her, but she like it still happened, and it's still. I get where she was probably trying to go with it. It's not where it ended up.
It's also
but like
the wrong song.
Yeah, very wrong song. Very wrong song. But like that's what I was saying before. Intent matters. Like Gal Gadot was actually trying to just show some kind of camaraderie with people. And then Kristen Wiig apparently came in and hijacked the whole thing and got all these other people involved. And now you're going to tell me that Ziegler is anywhere close to Gal Gadot in beauty? Like, let's be real here. the whole thing about Snow White is she's the fairest in the land, and that's not just referring to her skin tone. It's referring to her general beauty and her inner beauty. She's supposed to be sweet and docile and kind. That's why all of the woodland creatures love her, and she's got the gorgeous voice, and that's why all of these she has no friends except for the woodland animals.
Right.
And she draws in Prince
Little
Charming
birds.
solely because of her beautiful voice.
This is the chick who's playing in Spielberg's West Side Story.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's her.
And yeah, she called Jeremy Renner all kinds of nasty names.
Yep.
She's
And he just
I guess I misspoke.
bigot
She's an
here.
anti-police activist. She's not the it was the other person who I think was the Powerpuff Girls chick that was that's
Oh, that one,
That's
yeah.
the
Yes, that
racist.
was.
about-
this one is the anti-police
Forget her name.
activist.
What about Camilla Cabello for did you guys watch Amazon Cinderella?
No.
No.
Don't do it. Do you want to know how it ends?
I think Father Miller did though. I don't know why
Father
he
Miller.
did that though.
Father Miller.
I'll do 10 Hail Marys for you, Father.
Yeah, I don't know why he did that.
Do you want to know how Cinderella
I don't know the
ends?
secular option, but should I like make a donation in his name? Like,
Does she die?
Send him thoughts.
yeah, right.
Does she like say that she doesn't need the prince and she's
I'm gonna go
She's,
make my own dress store.
she can do it on her own?
Prince Charming is a drunk. He's a useless drunk.
Yeah.
And he's got a little sister who is capable and confident and has all these brilliant ideas for the kingdom, but she's second born, so she is not going to rule. And so she's the one that's trying to pick up her brother and get him to act like the prince he's supposed to be, right? Keep this in mind. Meanwhile, you've got Cinderella, who goes by Ella. We've already had that movie. Ella Enchanted, by the way, blows us away out of the water. They tried so hard to rip off from Ella Enchanted and
That's so sad.
Brandy, and they tried to take from Brandy and Whitney Houston as well. Okay, listen, Camilla Cabello, whatever her name is not Brandy.
No.
And I don't even know who the guy that was supposed to be playing the fairy godmother, like fairy godfather.
It's
I don't-
Billy Porter.
Billy
yeah.
Porter
He's so
is
annoying.
not Whitney Houston. I don't care how good his voice is. He's not Whitney Houston. You're not going to top Brandy and Whitney Houston. It's just not going to happen.
No.
So you should have just left it alone. Rodgers and Hammerstein have you beat. End of discussion. But you've got Cinderella, who is like, I can't be a princess. Like, I can't be who you want me to be. I can't be a princess and like get my dress designs out there. Like, I can't do both. So she ditches the prince and moves to a different kingdom. Like, I'm skipping a whole bunch of crap that you don't need to know about. Moves to a different kingdom, basically, to open up her own shop and sell her dresses. And the prince abdicates the throne and follows her. And then
That's weird.
sister takes over the kingdom. Prince Charming remains a drunk, useless, patriarchal, stereotypical white male who is now
He didn't even grow. What the heck?
following. No, he didn't. He does not grow at all. Who
I mean,
now
unsurprising, but
has followed Cinderella away so that they could get away from the pressures of royal life and all of the strain. It's terrible. And
What
the
is-
songs, the music sucks. You want to talk about first takes and not retake? Like, I swear to God, it had to have been first takes because I was under the impression that Camilla Cabello could sing.
I never was. I know she's a pop star, but I'm like, I don't really know
Yeah.
if she can sing.
Which means auto-tune should work for her voice.
Yeah, right.
I'm just saying, there was no, like, and Pierce Brosnan's in this movie, and I'm like, Brosnan, what are you doing here? But no,
Hey, he's just getting a paycheck.
I know, right? I'm like, how much money? How
No,
big was
that's-
that paycheck? Because you know
yeah, I'm
Amazon.
surprised
had to
he's
dish
in
it.
that.
But yeah, it's
Hmm.
so
I am really surprised he's in that.
yeah, and so you have all of these untalented, cookie cutter, daddy issue filled chicks who are ruining entertainment, and we're being told that they're so talented. That sounds like a Prince Harry. You know what? I mean,
You know
hey,
what?
if the glass slipper doesn't fit, run away with Cinderella, I guess. Or in this case, the Wicked Witch of the West, whatever.
Either one.
Yeah, either one. But like, we're being told that Twilight chick and Hunger Games chick and Camilla Cabella and Zegler, we're being told, oh, they're so talented, they're so beautiful, they're the epitome of they're the epitome of all of this
whatever,
greatness, of what everything should be, and they're so visionary. And it's like, nah, they're planks of wood who, like, literally, I can't believe I'm about to say this. When Tom Holland can outdo you in acting, you've lost. Like, I mean, he's grown as an actor. I'll give him that. But like, at least he can like change his accent. He can change his voice. He can actually like, he's starting to really grow as an actor.
Mm-hmm.
None of these other chicks have any growth whatsoever. They play the same character in every. Kristen Wiig is another perfect example.
She does play the same character in everything.
She's herself in every freaking movie.
Yeah.
She never changes. And it's just
I wonder if that's casting too. So.
Probably a lot of casting. But I know with like Ghostbusters, what's his name? Paul Feige, or not Paul Feige, Feig, whatever it is. I know that one of the things he's like, I wanted Kristen Wiig and Melissa McCarthy and Leslie Jones. They're all funny, and that's why I wanted them. So that there were so many times when I just said, go and let them do their thing, and I'm like, that's why that movie is awful. Why do you think it all feels so awkward? Like, I mean, there's a lot of reasons, but that does not help.
Yeah, it's one thing to have dialogue and then the actors ad-lib stuff. It's another thing entirely when you're making them ad-lib the whole movie.
That's the thing. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but that was actually interesting. I was reading this a Nerd Cookie, shout out to her. I did this Dune article today, and it was the guy who plays Thufir Hawat, and he was basically saying that I read the book, but I didn't actually use it to try and draw any inspiration for how I would play the character. I waited for the script to do that because as a trained actor, I do what's in the script and not follow the script. And I've actually been hearing that quite a bit now, which reinforces my idea of actors. It's literally what the writers have put down and then the kind of direction they get from the directors. And a lot of them can be, I know we were talking about this earlier, but I feel like, and I think kind of what you're saying too, is that they can be swapped out pretty easily because there's so many people that want to do this and are hungry and want to be actors and actresses.
And the thing is, okay, so I actually have a video coming out. It's I guess it's not really a shout out to that Star Wars girl, but as most people here, if anybody knows her, she's a huge like Henry Cavill fan.
Yeah.
Tom Hardy's better. Wait, what? Anyway.
An understatement.
Yeah, that is an understatement. But
yeah, seriously.
So I think he's a really good actor. I do. I think he's a talented actor. There's all of this stuff flying around. So I've got a Witcher vid coming out, and I actually have a separate Henry Cavill vid coming out because the more research I was doing for like Witcher and Highlander, which is, one of his next projects coming out.
Right.
Yeah.
They're like,
reboot.
He's so difficult to work with. And you're like, what? Like because every time you talk to like any of his co-stars or anything, he's like this super nice, genuine guy. He does all this Superman stuff, like when he took his nephew to school, because he was like, my uncle is Superman. And then like, boom, he was like walking him there, right? And they were like, oh my God, it's true. So from everything that I've like found, which is nowhere near as much as Star Wars Girl, is that he's a fairly decent dude. But what I found out with the acting stuff, the reason they consider him hard to work with is because, and this is the phrase I use in my video, he's a lore loyalist. Like, if you listen to his Witcher interviews, he talks about how you have the books and you have the games, but the show is going in, like, the directors had their own vision for this story. And so he's like, I try to steer it as much as I can to stay to what the fans of The Witcher want. But in the end, ultimately, it's up to the director and the producers, the overall storyline. So the reason that Henry Cavill gets I'm basically giving away my whole video here, but the reason he gets the reputation, right? The reason he gets the reputation that he does for being difficult, quote, difficult to work with is because he studies and respects the established lore. So like when go ahead.
Yeah, that just makes me, I remember he was doing, I think it was a preview interview for The Witcher with that Fox 5 guy. I can't remember his name, who I just can't stand. He gets all these like
I know who you're
interviews.
talking about. Yeah,
he's the one that Disney had Brie Larson go to apologize for. I think it's like Kevin or something. I can't remember his name.
I can't remember his name.
But he's literally like DC. He's DC based because Fox 5 is DC. I know that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I remember the guy tried to bait him into like calling out like fans that like
toxic fans,
like are like lore loyalists is the term I think you use. And Kyle just like shut him down and just like embarrassed him.
He eloquently told him to go F himself.
Yeah, he did. I love that.
Such a great. I remember that was such a great, and it was like, yeah, Henry, get him. And I was that was such a great interview for Henry.
And that's why a lot of these established IPs, that's why DC didn't want to use him as Superman, because from what I have found, I don't have any insiders or anything. This is literally like bits and pieces that I was able to like find and track down between interviews and articles and different stuff, like set release stuff. The reason that there's so little Henry Cavill as Superman is because as much as he loves the character, he didn't want to go down like Red Sun Superman. He didn't want to do
He didn't want the dark Superman. He wanted Superman.
Yeah, he wanted
or Injustice.
He wanted Golden Boy Superman.
He wanted
Christopher Reeve. Yeah, he wanted Christopher Reeve type. And so he still did his best with what he was given. He even said he respects Zack Snyder, and the fact that he's the reason that he became Superman was Zack Snyder. And he respects that. He just didn't. He would have preferred.
Well, yeah, Snyder did Man of Steel.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
So.
Wait. Yeah. Oh, right. Sorry. Yeah, I thought like how I heard it was like, I watched like Zack Snyder's Dawn of the Dead, and that made me like hop on board to whatever he was doing as Superman. Or like, so I'm like, really? Like that movie? But that makes sense. Like he cast him as Superman, so then he became gotcha.
Yeah. So because he cast him as Superman, he obviously respects Snyder, and he worked with Snyder. But even like if you read some of the listen to some of the interviews or read some of the articles, Henry wanted to change a lot of stuff, particularly when it came to like dialogue or how he interacted with like Ben Affleck. And the reason I actually found a lot of the stuff is because I'm a bigger Ben Affleck fan.
The BVS stuff was so contrived.
Yeah. And so it's so confusing and it's so hard to really pin down. But when you actually look at Henry, like at Cavill's body of work and what he loves to do, and then you look at what the complaints are against him, it's literally like questioned director's vision for character, or cited source material that was not written into script. That stuff is there. So he does the research. He gets into his characters. So you got to respect the guy for that, I suppose. But he,
that's probably one of the reasons why I'm actually looking forward. Forward to the Highlander reboot.
Like yeah,
and I also think like Script Doctor like kind of points this out. Like I know like obviously Highlander is a cult. I think it's like a cult classic, and you had the TV show that like kind of brought it up. But it's also like the franchise is so kind of like already like messed up as far as like continuity. It's like actually like one of the things where you can like go back and actually be like, this is a great concept. We can actually do it like we can tighten it up and actually maybe even do it better. And as much as we think that like we say a lot of here, like these people think they can go and do it better, but I do think this is like one of those maybe like exceptions where that can happen. As much as I think the first movie, I really like the first movie. And then I think it's the third one too, where it's got the
source.
Yeah.
Can you tell I'm a fan?
So I like
the source is female.
Oh God, no, bad Spencer. I remember when the Deadline article came out, what actually gave me hope was he said that he and the director are on the same page and are doing the research and looking into the lore to make sure that it satisfies fans of the franchise. Like that's actually in the freaking article, or it might have been a post that whatever it was. And I was like, this is what, if this is true, then this is what we desperately need. We need someone who's going to respect the source material and they're not trying to like push an agenda or change the story to fit modern times. They're simply trying to take the concept and, like you said, John, just like actually improve upon the continuity of it and tighten it up. And so that's,
as far as respecting source material with with that, it's kind of hard because it's so all over the place.
It is.
So you got to figure out what they're like. I think they need to. I don't know. I think to me they need to just cut the whole like they're aliens or whatever. And I think it's just, they need to just be like they just need to be immortals.
Yeah,
they just need to be immortals that were always from Earth or whatever.
Whether it be if they want to do that because it was like a curse or it, something
or
more
whatever,
supernatural like that, I could get on board with that. But the alien thing, I was like, nope. Again, lost me because sci-fi and fantasy, like this is why when
don't
people
really
are like,
mix.
When they're like, oh, sci-fi fantasy, it's the same thing. Like, no, go away. You have no idea what you're talking about. Science fiction, like they're like,
I feel like they try to put it like Dune influences in with that because they came from like the desert planet or whatever.
Yeah,
like what are these people supposed to be Fremen or something?
Definitely feels like a Dune.
No.
Yeah, and you're like no, not gonna work. Like that's why it's so dangerous if you start something as a fantasy, especially if it's like sword and sorcery fantasy. Keep your sci-fi out of it. Like just keep it away because it's not going to mix. It's not going to blend. It's going to confuse the continuity lines. Just don't freaking do it. Just start a completely different IP and do a little sci-fi thing over there. But
I don't see like Conan like adding sci-fi elements to Conan. Like Conan in space. Like,
Conan in space. I don't know.
Even then, it's like
okay. That sounds like there could be something there.
Yeah, but it's got to be like him going to like. It's got to be him like going to like it's got to be like him going to, he becomes like John Carter or something.
It's got to be like fish out of water. It can't be like I've always existed in space. I'm a space hero. Like it can't be that.
Yeah, he's still going around like beating up like aliens and like crazy monsters and stuff.
Exactly. So they should have just kept the sci-fi out of Highlander, far away. But I don't so like that's where it's interesting now. Whenever I hear that a actor or a director is difficult to work with, I actually try and go and find what it is about them that is difficult to work with, because you've got some who are like Lindsay Lohan, who is never on time, always high or drunk, didn't learn her line, like that is obviously, that speaks to greater issues. And I know she went through some serious crap. I'm not minimizing that or dissing her for it. She didn't handle it well.
Seems like anyone who was a Disney kid went through,
just about crap. Every single one of them is screwed up. But like, so you've got that sort of difficulty to work with. And then when you read about, like, Keanu Reeves has been accused of being difficult to work with on set. Because when this is actually a perfect time to bring this up. The fatal shooting on the Rust set, apparently, so Keanu Reeves goes through like hundreds of hours of weapons mastery training.
Yeah, and we've got a couple of videos. I think he was at that big Hollywood place that does it, where Gina was at too.
Yes,
I forget what that place is
he
called.
puts in hundreds of hours of training, and he always checks the weapons when they get handed to him. He always clears them. He always checks them, and he makes sure that he's conversing with his armorers and with the directors. And any time that he has to pull a weapon, like he clears the set.
Oh wow!
Like he
makes it super safe.
He clears the set. Like they all have to be wherever he is supposed to be pointing. He wants them like even further behind the line, because bullets do weird things sometimes. And like .556 rounds go in and they're meant to ricochet in the body. That's how they cause damage. You're like, oh, this little pellet's not going to do anything.
To go through,
no, it will bounce off your rib cage. It ricochets. It causes some damage, so it can go in your shoulder and come out your hip. Like that's what they're designed to do. But the other thing is, depending on the condition of the weapon, and I mean like the cleanliness of it and the operations of it, not because condition also refers to like, is it magazine with a round in a chamber, weapon off safe, weapon on ready to fire. That's condition 1.
Yep.
Then you've got magazine, round in chamber on safe. That's condition 2. That means you can just flip it to ready and you can fire. And I'm talking about semi-automatics. There's obviously different, there's different processes to get to the conditions, but condition 1 is literally like you are ready to fire, basically. So Keanu Reeves, when he's on set, he clears everybody out when he uses weapons if he's firing blanks. Because if you are close enough to a blank when it goes off, it will kill you.
Oh, yeah.
Like the muzzle itself, the pressure from the muzzle, it can kill you. It's usually if it has to make contact with like your temple or an artery or something like that. But freak accidents happen and it can kill you. Blanks, like there is still an explosion that is happening. There's still like stuff is still happening.
The whole process is still happening. Yes.
It is still going on.
So
he is extremely like weapon safety conscious when he is on set with them and when anybody else is on set with them. And so, I mean, think about how many movies he's been in that have had weapons. Like you've got Speed, you've got Matrix, you've got John Wick, you've got Point Break. Like I'm just like throwing some out there. Yeah, Point Break. But like you think about all of the films that he's been in that have had weapons in them and like active firing scenes. There has never been a fatal incident on any of his sets. That is not an accident. That is him following all of the designated weapon safety rules and not being complacent. And he's not just taking somebody else's word for it. It's like if his producer, if he had been on the scene of Rust or the set of Rust, and his producer or whoever it was that handed him the weapon said cold weapon or whatever terminology they're saying he used, Keanu would not have cared. He would have checked the weapon himself. And he would have found that there was a live round in it.
A round in it, yeah.
Like, not only is this weapon not cold, it is basically condition 1. Now, from my understanding, what's come out, it's a revolver. So... Oh,
from Rust? Yeah.
Yeah, from Rust. It was a revolver. So here is the thing. You have single action and you have double action. And I got my wires crossed when I was talking about this on Twitter the other day, and I wasn't super clear about what I was trying to say. But because Rust is a Western, one of the iconic things about this genre is literally when you cock the hammer. Like, that is one of the things about West. Like, that is iconic in Westerns. Is always like the cock of the hammer, whether it be a shotgun, because it's not a pump action shotgun. Remember, this is a either a single or a double barrel hammer shotgun, right? So whether it's a shotgun or it's a revolver, Westerns are iconic for pulling the hammer back or for cocking the hammer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that means that he had to actually like. This is not a weapons malfunction like they were trying to claim it was initially, because he had, if it was a single action revolver, it was a 45, so it was actually probably double action, which means that the trigger pull cocks the hammer and then you have to pull a second time and it fires. So like everything that's with double action, everything happens with the trigger. Single action, you have to cock the hammer manually and then you have to fire the weapon. Now, from my understanding, it's a 45 revolver that they were using.
Roof Crane says it was an 1860s.
DA Colt revolver. Okay, so there's a chance it was a single action. Either way, like I said, because this is a Western, likely he was cocking the hammer. If he cocked the hammer and then pulled the trigger, this is not a weapons malfunction. This is literally the weapon.
That's priming it to fire. Like
it functioned as designed. What failed was everything else leading up to that point, including the actor himself. This is not his first rodeo. No pun intended.
No, yeah,
He's
Adam Baldwin
literally-
called him out on that.
Yeah, Baldwin called him
Yeah.
out.
He has had.
He's not related to him.
No.
No, I know. Yeah. People will be like, you brothers? No, we're not related.
No relation.
I think they're like, I did see something that they might be like super
Distant
distantly
cousins.
related.
Distant
Like they're
related.
not
Yeah.
like
But
they're not
the
like
thing
they're
is,
not like first cousins or second
he's-
cousins.
Right.
Alec has handled weapons before. He's handled a lot of weapons before.
It's in Mission
This was-
Impossible.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is pure complacency. Like that's all. Like the devastate. This fatality literally could have been avoided if one, you hired an armorer based on merit and skill and not on the fact that she was your daughter, or whoever. She's like this famous armorer's daughter. Okay, that doesn't make her qualified for the job.
Yeah, I just saw I think someone just came out with a statement placing blame on the armorer.
Yeah.
Dakota Johnson. Oh no, that's not it. I thought what did I do with that? I don't know where it is now. Did I send that to you, Sensor? No. I don't know what I did with that one, but I did see something. Oh, here it is. I just had to scroll up. Rust Armor's attorney alleges disgruntled crew member may have sabotaged the set. So okay, that's different. That's the Armor's attorney saying that is now putting the blame on a crew member that sabotaged the rounds.
It doesn't matter. It does not matter. Like
should have been checked, right?
Yeah, it should have been checked. She should have checked it.
Those shouldn't have been in a crew member shouldn't have had access to it.
Yeah.
From what I understand.
Exactly. So she should have checked the weapons. Then the producer or the assistant director, whoever it was that handed Baldwin the gun, should have checked the weapon. Because anytime anytime you transfer
affidavit
a weapon,
said it was the assistant director Hall.
Assistant director.
Okay. David Halls, I think is his name.
All right. So whenever you transfer a weapon, you are supposed to keep it either pointed to, like when you keep it pointed downrange, you don't flag anybody with the muzzle. And when you clear a weapon, you point it up. So you point the weapon up, and this is so you can use the light to view the chamber. Or in the case of in a revolver, it's not called a chamber. The word is escaping me right now. What it's called, but the thing is when you are clearing a weapon, you point it upwards so that you can use the light to ensure that the weapon is clear. You're not looking down the barrel of the gun. Never look down the barrel of a gun. I can't believe I have to say that. But when you clear a weapon, you point the muzzle skyward and you look through an inch. Like if it's a semi-automatic rifle, you look into through the ejection port into the chamber and see if there's a round. Cylinder. Thank you, Bunny with a keyboard.
Cylinder, yeah.
Holy crap. I could not think of it. So yeah, when it comes to a revolver, you punch it up, you can spin the cylinder however you want to do it. If you want to do it like the fancy Western ways when they do all the fun gun tricks or whatever. When you're clearing a weapon, like that's not really what you're supposed to do, but you can spin the cylinders and that's how you can check them on a revolver. They're not even like, they can't go through the freaking barrel of the gun when they're not even aligned with the barrel of the gun. So you're supposed to clear the cylinders. And then same thing with a shotgun. That's why you break something down shotgun style. Shotguns are meant to break. I know you can't see me do the air quotes, but like you can like shotgun the butt of the gun. I'm trying to use layman's terms. The butt, basically this part that goes in your shoulder, the butt of the gun, where it meets, so the wood part where it meets the metal part of the barrels, it pops, like it breaks down right there. You can bend it and it makes like a 45-degree angle, and you can look through the barrels and see, oh, there's slugs in there, or no, the barrels are clear. That's also how once you fire the whatever, if you've got bird shot or deer, whatever you've buckshot, whatever's in there, you pull the spent casings out, and then you put more casings in.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's how it works for those types of shotguns. That's why it's called breaking it down shotgun style. This is how it's like. So that is how you clear a weapon. You make sure you're not flagging anybody. And anytime a weapon changes hands, it doesn't matter if you know for a fact you did not load the weapon with anything. You clear it before you hand it off, and then the person you're handing it off to also clears it. So if this gun went from the armorer to the assistant director to Alec Baldwin, that is 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 5 times that the weapon was not cleared. And had any of them looked into the cylinders, they would have seen the rounds.
Right.
Right. Oh, yeah, easily.
So this is not this is a failure on all of their parts, but this comes down, a woman is dead because of complacency. That is all that this boils down to. And that's just freaking devastating.
Something completely avoidable by just one extra, or just by paying attention to what you're doing, by following the proper safeties. Yeah, exactly.
Safety. Yeah, anytime you handle a weapon, these are the rules you're supposed to follow. Treat every weapon as if it were loaded. No
exception. Yeah.
Yeah, no exception. Doesn't matter if it's a Nerf gun, a pellet gun, a BB gun, a freaking machine gun. I don't care what it is. You follow these basic safety weapons rules because they'll keep you alive.
Yeah.
Freaking Nerf guns. Okay, now I'm not trying to give anybody ideas, but I grew up in the North. You can put ice into the Nerf darts. You fill it up with water, you stick it outside, and that thing has effectively become a freaking ice dagger in a bullet. Nerf guns can hurt, and Nerf guns can kill you if you've freaking done anything to, modified them in any way. BB guns can kill you. All this stuff can happen. It's just freaking ridiculous to me that these experienced individuals did not do anything that they were supposed to do. They all knew the rules. Freaking, you can't tell me that the armorer of all of them didn't know the safety rules. Treat every weapon as if it were loaded. Keep your finger straight and off the trigger until you are ready to fire. Keep weapon off safe until you are prepared to fire.
So I do want to point this out here. So this is the affidavit. We got it up on Deadline. And it says here, during the filming of the movie, the assistant director, Dave Halls, grabbed one of 3 prop guns that was set up by the armorer, which was on a cart. The cart is a gray in color rolling table with 2 layers and was left outside of the structure due to COVID-19 restrictions. So I don't think the armorer was actually overseeing the cart at the time that Halls picked, according to this affidavit, at the time Halls picked up the revolver. So we do know that SAG-AFTRA, and I think Nick Searcy actually called this out, is that the COVID protocols might have actually
he did call it out.
Affected what happened
to it,
here. Because you have these A and B and other lettered zones, and only certain people in certain zones are allowed in the zones unless they've been vaccinated or whatever. I believe we've got a story up on it. I can't recall it right now. But only certain if you're in zone A, I think you have to be vaccinated or something like that.
Yeah, it's something like that.
One of the zones you have to be vaccinated and do all of this stuff, and it clearly sounds like that is the case. So I'm not gonna I mean, I know a lot of people have been criticizing the armor. I'm not gonna try and I'm gonna sit here and wait till we have all of the detail, more information. We do have this affidavit.
I know. Be out of the armorer's control. I don't care where they're. So wherever the armor, if the weapons are out of the weapons cage, and because the weapons cage you can properly secure. If weapons are out of the weapons cage, they are either in the custody of a authorized individual that the armorer has signed the weapons out to, or the armorers with those weapons, because of crap like this. Because it is a safety issue. Because guns are not freaking toys. And I don't care how inexperienced she was. One of the first rules of being an armorer is you do not let any weapon out of your sight until it has gone through the proper channels to be in the hands of whoever it is. I don't care if it's the director of the set, the producer of the set, the star of the set. I don't give a crap.
So the only thing I The only thing I would push back on that, though, is if the proper protocols, because of these new COVID protocols, are to leave it on the table.
Like, what else are they supposed to do?
Can you? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the only reason why I would push back on that. If she actually was following the protocols that were put in place by the production team and were following the guidelines set by the COVID protocols that they were following. So I'm not trying to like excuse her, but I don't know. I don't want to like lay blame on her either, because I just feel like there's so many details that are still out there that we just don't know about.
And that's fine, but she should have pushed back. Like, this is the other thing. Like, this is why nepotism is such a problem. Like, I don't care who her daddy is. I don't care. Like, I care about what she can do. And if she was an armorer worth her salt, she would have said, no, I am the only authorized armorer on this set, or I am one of 2 authorized armorers on this set. These weapons are my responsibility. They don't leave my custody unless I'm handing them off to somebody else. So regardless of the code, like, whatever restrictions are in place or whatever, if she should have been like, okay, if these have to be outside, then I'm outside with them. Like, these weapons do not leave my custody because they are my ultimate responsibility, as is the safety of everybody on this set. Like, this is not shit that you can, I'm going to swear, and I apologize, John. I will go to confession and do 10 Hail Marys, I promise. This is not shit that you can fuck around with. Like, these are actual weapons that have the ability to end a life. It's the same thing when you're driving a car. This is why texting and driving is so stupid. You become complacent, you become comfortable, and then somebody dies. And it's not always you. In fact, it's hardly ever you. That's drunk drivers aren't the ones dying. The texters are the ones hitting pedestrian. Like, this.
Yeah, we just saw that former Raiders player was going 150 miles an hour in Vegas and killed a young woman.
Like, this is not, like, being an adult means that you are responsible for yourself. When you are a parent and you have kids, you are responsible for them up to a point. Kids are going to do dumb stuff. It's just part of life. They're going to grow. They're going to learn. Hopefully they grow out of it. Some of them never do. But so as a parent, yes, you are responsible for your child up to a point. When you become an adult, you are now responsible for your own actions. You now need to be able to say, this is like this is my job, this is my profession, this is what needs to happen, because if we do not follow these safety measures in place, if we do not treat these weapons with respect, if we do not if someone who's inexperienced handles these weapons, there is a chance that someone is going to die. And look what happened. You had, and say she wasn't there, which is a huge safety violation. You talk to any armorer,
is clearly saying she's not there.
Yeah, like, you talk to any armorer, why she wasn't with those weapons, I have no, like, these, oh my god.
It's clown crew, apparently.
She should have, she's an armorer, she should have said, frick no, like, they're not leaving my custody. But then you have an assistant producer or assistant director who has worked on sets with weapons before, who should have known better. And you have Alec Baldwin, who has worked on sets with live firing weapons before, who should know better. All of these individuals have weapons
perfect
trainings.
Storm of
and none of them did the basic stuff.
Yeah, I think more of the blame, like, I know there's definitely there can be blame on the armorer, and I definitely feel like a lot of the blame to me comes from the person who pulled the trigger. That's where most of the blame should be.
Yeah, it ultimately always comes down to whoever it is that pulled the trigger.
As much as like, Dave Hall's like kind of said it was a cold gun, it's still on Baldwin's. You're talking about responsibility. It's still on Baldwin's. It's still Baldwin's responsibility to check to make sure that the gun that he's receiving is actually what the guy's claiming to be. And we had Adam Baldwin. I think he was the one I think both Adam Baldwin and Nick Searcy talked about that they always check the gun, or if they aren't personally checking it, they have the armorer or whoever is handing them the gun, the prop master handing them the gun, showing them that what they're telling them is correct, like going through and showing them. So to me, I think there's a lot of blame on Baldwin. I think that's where the
ultimate responsibility falls on Baldwin, but he pulled the trigger. Like, it ultimately lies with him.
Mhm.
There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Right.
But the armorer didn't do her job. The assistant director didn't do his job, and Alec Baldwin didn't do his job. And now a woman is dead because of it. And like, this is why I'm not saying that I want the government to handle this. Don't mistake my words. What I'm saying is, if you're going to touch a weapon, if you are even remotely curious about a weapon, go take weapon safety courses. They're like $50 a pop. Go through like 2 or 3 classes. I'm not saying you have to become a weapons master or a range coach or a block coach or anything like that. But if you want to get into weaponry, take a weapon safety course.
Yeah.
Because, and you know, like, I used to be fine with, because my dad, my grandpa, my uncles, my cousin, like, I grew up in a hunting family. Like, I grew up in a
Right.
like, I got a bunch of vets in my family and I got a bunch of hunters in my family. Did a lot of it growing up. I learned a lot from them, but I also picked up some bad habits. Like, I got an uncle who likes to carry his shotgun at a point where if he trips, he's going to blow some, like, he's going to, that's an accident waiting to happen.
Yeah.
But so family is a great resource. And if you grew up with weapons and you were taught how to respect them, you know, you already have a leg up, but that's not going to replace consistent and expert training, like training from an expert. And I don't mean a YouTube expert. I mean like an actual range master or a block coach or a weapons master or an armorer. They're all great resources. You just have to, you can look it up on the internet, find one in your area and go. It's not that difficult, but also it will help dispel a lot of the fear. This crap right here is why there's so much fear surrounding guns and weapons, because people don't understand how they work. When this story initially broke, it was a weapon malfunction. Like, that's literally what you heard.
Yeah.
The weapon malfunctioned and now a woman is dead. You know, they're investigating it and we'll see what comes. Then it comes out that Alec Baldwin had apparently been belligerent on set. He'd been making everybody's life hell on set, and he'd threatened them with the weapon before. And then you find out he's got a freaking revolver in his hand, which means, I'm not saying that, okay, revolvers can malfunction, but it is so rare that it's like outside. It's more than 3 deviations outside the bell curve. That is how very little that this actually occurs. That's why, like, whenever anybody asks me what I carry, I have a semi-automatic pistol and I have a 6-shooter. And the reason I have the 6-shooter is because you can kick that thing, you can throw it in the mud, you can also,
it
makes a great hammer.
Up.
You can pistol whip the crap and like sludge hammer the crap out of someone's nose with it. Like, even when that sucker's out of rounds, it's got enough heft in it that you're going to do some damage as
useful.
A melee weapon. But I always carry a 6-shooter because it's not going to jam. It's not going to stall. You're not going to get a double feed. You're not going to get a misfire. And if the cylinder is empty, it's just going to go to the next, like, you're going to go to the next cylinder. You're going to know when you're out of rounds. So, like, that's why you carry a revolver, because they don't malfunction. You're not going to accidentally shoot your toe off. You're not going to, like, it's not going to double feed. You're going to be able to use it as it was intended to be used, whether that be self-defense, hunting, target practice, whatever. So when it dropped that he was using a revolver, that dispelled any and all types of ammunition or corrosion. So there's no ammunition corrosion, there's no weapons malfunction, there's no double feed, there's no sputter, like nothing. It's a revolver. You can throw that thing in a sinkhole and pull it out 10 minutes later and it'll be covered in mud, and you shake it a little bit and that thing will still fire.
Sorry. We got a super chat from Eric K for $5. Awesome. He says, everyone who handles firearms knows you check to see if it is loaded, even if you just picked up that weapon, checked it, and set it down.
Yep.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I remember when
but verify.
Yes.
Right.
I remember when we first, I think when we first covered this story, I think the big thing was it was an accidental discharge.
Yeah.
And that was clearly not the case. He discharged like on purpose. It sounds like.
That's what it sounds like.
I was told to like as much as it sounds like the cameras weren't rolling, it does sound like he was rehearsing what he was supposed to be doing, which I guess that makes sense. I don't know why you wouldn't have the cameras rolling at this either, even if you were just doing a rehearsal. It just seems like that, like he does the rehearsals really good. Like if you're going to be doing it in front of the camera, why wouldn't you do that? But I don't know. I guess they weren't. So,
well, and because man, there's just so much wrong with this. But like, sorry, this story, like, I'm actually very like I hate this whole situation because in a year, give or take, this man, he's not going to do any time. If he does, I'll be very surprised. In a year or so, he's going to be out and he's going to be talking about the dangers of guns. He's going to be talking about
I think he's already made a statement about that.
Yeah.
I think I saw a statement about that. He was already saying something about that.
Trying to get ahead of it, as always.
Yeah. So they're gonna try and spin this and virtue signal it and blame the gun. And it was literally his complacency and his failure to follow weapons safety training and weapons safety rules that led to this woman's ultimate death. And there is no such thing as an accidental discharge. You have a negligent discharge and you have an intentional discharge. Those are the only two types of discharge that exist. A negligent discharge is when you don't mean for the weapon to go off.
Right.
That's a negligent discharge. Like you're not paying attention, you're flagging somebody, you don't have the weapon on safe, you've got your finger wrapped around the trigger, whatever it may be. It's called a negligent discharge. You can have a misfire, but that's not the same thing as a discharge. So you have a negligent discharge and you have an intentional discharge, which is just firing the weapon as intended. So yeah, this whole accidental discharge does not exist anywhere in the weapons world. It's not a term. It's not a phrase. It's something that they made up to try and spin it. It's not the weapons. The weapon worked exactly as intended. He cocked the hammer and he pulled the trigger. That is how revolvers are supposed to work.
Bunny with the keyboard says the accidental discharge was actually Biden at the Vatican. Yeah.
That's clever. I like that one. Okay, maybe accidental discharges do exist. It's just not in the weapon.
Just not in firearms. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna move. I do want to get to this. I know it's our thumbnail, so I figure we should cover it before we sign off here. There is a sex scene in Eternals. I don't know if Deviant Pork is still with us. I know he said earlier watched the film. Maybe he can give us some details on what exactly this sex scene looks like, or what's in it, or how like graphic it is. But Chloe Zhao explains why the sex scene in Eternals is included in the film. That sex scene is between Richard Madden's Icarus and Gemma Chan Cersei. And this isn't in this article, but the producer, Nate Moore, of the film has described what does he say? He described it as an epic romance, I think, to I forget who he was talking to, but it's in one of the other articles that we did. But Zhao previously confirmed the sex scene was in the movie when she spoke with IndieWire. Although when speaking with IndieWire, she didn't tell us who it was between. Yeah. It was pretty obvious it wasn't with Phasos. She did do that separately. Yeah. See, I think people got confused on this. I thought it was pretty clear when I was writing the article. No, the Phasos thing is different. There's a gay kiss or a homosexual kiss scene. But the sex scene apparently is between Icarus and Cersei, Richard Madden and Gemma Chan. Nerdian says the sex scene can't be. Yeah, I don't think anything is. I don't think there's anything.
No,
that's like the worst thing ever. And But yeah, so she says here that from the moment to what you see on screen, there was definitely a lot of discussion about how to do it. She's talking about the sex scene, and she had already said that this was already in the treatment for the film before they even brought her on as director. And I've been talking with Spencer about this, and this is just my own personal, like, how much, like, was she just brought on to, like,
oh yeah,
shoot a couple scenes? Like, I don't know, like, what was she actually doing? It sounds like it was all done before they even brought her on. It's like, yeah, we already had all this stuff.
It's what I said the other day. I'm pretty sure they just got her for the name. Like, look, we have Chloe Zhao in the MCU, and it's like,
he just won the Academy Award or whatever,
right, for Nomadland. But then it's like, we know from talking to Kate Shortland on Black Widow that Marvel's VFX arm has like 90% of the movie done before they even think about getting a director. So yeah, what are you doing there? You're just there to have your name attached to it.
But so she's my name attached to this.
But she says, but I think the desire to do something different is a very natural desire for where Marvel Studios is right now. I think it's like Westerns coming into the revisionist period of the 70s. It's happening to superhero films, or at least we're on the edge of that. And so these scenes just started to happen naturally. And I mean, it's not like we have seen sex scenes before in a superhero film, namely Watchmen. That film was rated R.
Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't call okay. People can disagree with me, and that's fine. Watchmen to me was not a superhero film. It was a comic book film, but it was not a superhero film. Because, like, I remember walking out of that video.
What do you define as a superhero film?
It makes me feel good, and I walked out of that movie not feeling good. Like, when I think of
because it's a deconstruction.
Yeah, exactly. It's not a true superhero film. Like, the film was good. So here is the thing. I walked out of that film and did not feel like good or happy or like, hey, we just saved the world and overcame these, like, yay, you know, like the traditional heroes arc. I walked out of that film and I was like, okay, so this is like what would happen if heroes were corruptible and, you know, it's a more nihilistic outlook on stuff. But I didn't actually view it as a superhero film because there was not actually anything heroic in it. There wasn't any actual, like, and it's been a long time since I've seen the film.
No, you're right. Yeah.
But
I mean, I would argue that at the end, I think Rorschach and them trying to confront him was trying to stop him was heroic.
I would say semi-heroic. I'd give it semi-heroic, maybe. Just because, like, see, again, that was a monster of their own making. Why didn't they do anything before? They didn't care before. Like, you know what I mean? Like, their apathy is what led to the situation getting as bad as it was.
Well, that's why Rorschach he does. Rorschach cares. He's trying to figure things out. And he gets played because they gets thrown in prison.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, it doesn't strike me as a superhero film. I would maybe give it I'd call it a comic book film for sure. And I could even call it a deconstructed superhero film, but I wouldn't call it a superhero film.
Like an outright one.
Like, I remember when I walked in, I thought I was going to get Superman or Wonder Woman or Batman or Hawkman or Thor or the Hulk. And what I got was a bunch of overpowered brats. I don't even know what to really call.
So I'm assuming you hadn't read the comics.
No, I had not read the comics. Okay. I had not read the comics. I just remember walking out of that film going, not what I was expecting. And
I'm trying to think
put that on the marketing.
It's been a while since I've seen the trailer, but I feel like it was pretty. I mean, I feel like the comedian jumping down and like shooting the civilians was in the trailer.
But you don't know that he's shooting. So it's just it's just the shot of him. Like,
you think he's just coming down, like taking out like bad guys? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I thought he was taking out bad guys, and then I'm like, this is this is not what I was expecting. Like
the marketing completely presented it as like a superhero movie, which was weird.
Like a traditional superhero movie. And when I walked out, and I was young too, like my mom went to the movie with me and stuff, and like we were watching it, and I was like, I don't think I really like this movie. Like it's depressing. And I think I was like 12. I'm like, Mom, this movie's depressing. She's like, yeah, it kind of is. And it's just, you know, I had someone ask me one time, so like horror, like slasher specifically, like I like classic monster movie horror is fine. But like slasher stuff is not my bag. And someone asked me one time, they were like, oh, what's your problem with it? And here's the thing. When you see enough of that crap in real life, you don't need it on the screen. It's the same reason that World War II vets do not watch World War II movies. Like, it's the same, like my grandpa. My grandpa is a Korean vet. He does not watch Korean war movies. The closest he's come to like war movie, he'll watch most of Heartbreak Ridge with me, and then he'll like just kind of walk out to the porch or something while the movie finishes up with some of the stuff. Like, when you live it or when you experience it, you do not want it on screen, which, funny enough, actually goes back to our original conversation about these shippers, how they're looking for satisfaction on the screen. So I think you're right, John. They clearly have no life experience if they need to live vicariously through screen. Because as someone who's kind of, I'm not going to say been there, done that, because a lot of people have been through way worse than I have, but I've seen enough that I don't need to see it on screen. It's not my bag. It's not that I'm scared of it or that it freaks me out. Like, I'm sure I might be a little squeamish depending on it, but when it gets down to it, I simply don't need to watch it. But when it comes to superhero films, the thing is, like Superman and Lois and Spider-Man and Mary Jane were sort of my exceptions, I guess. But for everyone else, their strength came, like whether it was the Justice League or the Justice Friends, or with Batman, you had Batman, Robin, and Batgirl. Like it was the family members that they made. It was like they built off of the strength of each other. And it wasn't, oh, is Robin gonna bang Batgirl or is Batman gonna bang Catwoman? Like, you know, that was not why I read the comics. It's not why I watched the cartoons. It's not why I watched the movies. I didn't care.
Right. That's why, I mean, I don't know how
much. I think there's a difference between, well, I don't know. I'm not going to say, I don't think I need to.
I was just going to add, I don't know how familiar you are with like manga Lady Gravemaster, but over in Japan, those publishing companies, you know, they have specific genres for like male like oriented manga. That's shonen, or for women, it's shoujo. And they're one of the big things I always teach their creators is like, yes, like, okay, you have a manga for boys, right? Like this is made for boys, and you have female fans, yes, but they're fans of it because of what it is, not what like you're imagining it to be. And that's what I think over here we don't have that.
Yep, exactly. Because they're not scared of that. Like they recognize that there's a difference between the two. And they have, and that's the thing. Japan is super inclusive with their art. They got weird tentacle crap over there. Like if you're into the weird stuff, Japan, like manga's got that too. Like I've been a fan of manga and anime for 20 years plus.
Yeah.
So
perfect. Yeah, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah. So one of my favorite shows, I love Rurouni Kenshin. It's one of my favorites.
It's fantastic.
I recommend it to everybody. I also love Yu Yu Hakusho.
Yes. Of course. Classic.
And I do actually this Saturday. We did it last Saturday, but he had to leave early, so we couldn't finish. But once a month generally, and this month it'll actually be 3 times. But I do a Sailor Moon stream with Lethal Lightning, and we're talking about the manga volumes.
Yeah.
So like we So yeah, I love different manga, but I love them for what they are. That's why I hate what Netflix did to Death Note, and I'm
Oh
terrified
man.
of what they're gonna do to Cowboy Bebop. That trailer was atrocious.
Oh man, we've got
But-
next Friday. Next Friday is when it drops, so I cannot
One
wait.
Piece is coming too. So
One Piece is coming.
Oh God, save us! But like the
the
thing
script
is,
looked good. We'll see how it plays
Yeah,
out on
script
a
looks good,
live
but,
action show.
Yeah, I'm not holding my breath.
I hold little faith. Also,
We're
I'm
talking
not-
One Piece, the One Piece script, not the Bebop.
Not
Not the
Bebop,
Bebop
not
one,
Bebop.
yeah.
No, that one
No,
is trash
I'm-
through and through.
based off of what they did to Death Note
music's
and
good.
Cowboy Bebop,
Oh, yeah.
my faith in what they're gonna do to One Piece. Oh, I'm not. I don't think I want to see that travesty.
If
But
they could actually make a good One Piece, though, man, they got like content for years.
Oh yeah, they've
true.
got 900 plus chapters. Yeah, they can go on forever. Which means at Netflix it'll get 3 seasons.
Probably because they.
All right,
They do
I
the
do want to
binge
get back to
model.
this
Yeah.
Kojao's comments here.
Yeah.
So she says, I think the desire to do something different is a very natural desire. Oh, I think we read that already. Or at least we're on the edge of that. And so these scenes just started to happen naturally. No, they did not happen naturally. It was literally already put in the treatment, as you said. Someone wrote it in there. That's like, I hate when they say that. Like, it just happened. No, you made it up. You like actually like were you committed an action to make it happen. It wasn't like just it's not like a tree just came out of the ground. like
that. I can believe that when it's like what we were talking about earlier, where maybe somebody's improvising a scene, right? Or like the director says, just fill it in. That I can believe, but it's not like this. Not when you're saying like, oh, what about this idea? Let me put it into the treatment. That's not naturally. That means like I'm going to put it out there for feedback, like everything else. So weird.
Yeah. So then she says, for us to be able to show two people who love each other, not just emotionally, intellectually, but also physically, and have a sex scene that will be seen by a lot of people that shows their love and compassion and gentleness, I think it's a really beautiful thing.
She knows there's been sex scene in movies before, right? Like, sex on screen is not a new thing. In fact, prior to Stony Face, what's his name? Daniel Craig, James Bond got a lot of tail on screen.
Oh yeah, lots on screen, definitely, yeah.
So
Brosnan.
Just Goldfinger has a couple scenes that Harry didn't really like. He had some strong words about the character that he was making a movie about.
I'm just saying,
like,
so
why were you hired?
Carrie Fukunaga, in case anybody doesn't know who we're talking about.
If these people are this desperate for this kind of, for lack of a better word, content, if they really need to see this kinds of stuff, the romance novel industry is a multi-billion-dollar industry for a reason. Just go pick up a trashy novel and, live vicariously through that. Stop trying to shove your weird fetishes and your bizarre shipping and your woke intersectional ideology into my superhero stuff. Just
amen.
Go away. Like, if you want to have Superman and Lois kiss, okay, well, you know what? Superman and Lois, like, that's the thing. It's not just, like, you can say Superman, but anytime you say Lois, it's always attached to Superman. Like,
pretty much, yeah.
Like, she exists because of Superman, and their relationship is, like, pivotal in a lot of stuff. So that makes sense because they were sort of created that, like, it's Clark Kent, he falls in love with this reporter or whatever. But when you have stuff like this, where it's obviously contrived and it's writing by committee, it never works.
I think BVS actually did a decent job. You saw you saw all of these things that Zhao is talking about here, that they showed their love for each other, not just emotionally and intellectually, but also physically. You saw that without having to show a sex scene.
Was that the bathtub scene?
Yeah, there's the bathtub scene where you like.
I actually think that scene's really cute. Like,
there's like that good bath, but it's just them passionately kissing in a bathtub.
Mm-hmm.
So get that.
I have a confession to make.
Oh no!
I thought that scene was really awkward.
In real life, it would absolutely be awkward to pull off any of that. That is also true. Their acting was just, to me, it felt very Superman and Lois-y. But of course, I could be completely wrong. How'd you see it?
So I think that. So I love Amy Adams.
Yeah,
like I adore
she was
her.
miscast.
She was. That's what I was getting to. Like I think.
Yes.
I think she is a wonderful actress. She definitely has talent, and she can certainly hold her own. And when it was just her on screen, and there was no Clark Kent, and there was no Superman, and it was just her, she did Lois relatively. She did a decent job as Lois. She could hold her own, and everything like that. His name left me.
Oh no,
Cavill. Sorry. Star Wars girls don't hate me.
I thought you were gonna be like. I thought you were gonna. I wasn't sure if you're gonna be like Lawrence Fishburne.
No. Cavill. When he was by himself, he was a good Clark Kent / Superman for the storyline, the nihilistic storyline that they were following. He did what he was supposed to do. He looked like Superman. He pulled off the Superman persona and everything like that for the storyline that they were following. But when the two of them were together, it was like brother and sister was the chemistry. That's like the best way. Or
I can get that.
Or like first cousins. Because and she just...
It just wasn't there between them.
It wasn't. Because like when she was on screen with him, she almost became like shy. And like, it wasn't the same Lois as it was when it was just her on screen. And so
I see what
like...
you're saying.
Separately, they were really good, but together, it's almost like she was intimidated and he was trying to like not be overbearing or anything like that. And
right,
you know, he was trying to be really considerate of her, but it was also he was holding back on his acting as well because she wasn't coming out of her shell.
But then also, like, I see what you mean too. Like, he's like stepping back to like, okay, here's some space for you to come out and interact. But she never took that invitation to like jump in so that he could. Yeah, I see what you mean.
She never came out of her shell. And the most lowest thing I saw of her with the two of them on screen together was actually in BVS when the freaking Martha scene. Like, why did you say that name? And she's like, it's his mother's name. Like, that was the most passion I've seen with the two of them on screen together in all of the movies they were together in. Like, I was stunned between Justice League, BVS, and Man of Steel.
That was the best
shot. I don't even remember Justice League.
You don't even remember it? That one scene.
Don't need to.
That one scene freaking had the most passion in it in regards to Lois caring about Superman.
About Clark, or Superman.
I was like, why couldn't you take that same passion and put it into all of your other scenes? Like, and I'm not saying, like, the other thing, too, is Hollywood is very good with smoke and mirrors. So, like, the bathtub scene, it's very easy to make that look very sensual and very, like, full of chemistry because, like, the setting itself makes it that way. So the actors don't have to do a whole lot. Like in a lot of sex scenes, it's like a canopy bed with like sheer curtains or whatever, and you just see silhouettes moving around.
Yeah.
And a lot of stuff is inferred, but it's still a pretty like heavy chemistry, sensual scene. Same thing with the bathtub scene. The scene itself, the setting itself pretty much sets everything up for you. And a lot of actors can sort of just phone that in.
Yeah.
So like when you see them, like, if you go back and watch the movies and you watch them interact together, it really does. Just like you said, Spence, it's like he took a step back to try and let her come out and she never came out of her shell. And so now there's this weird, it's kind of like, John will get this joke, I think. It's like a middle school dance where it's you, your date, and then enough room for the Holy Spirit.
Yep, enough room for Jesus. Yeah.
Like, that's kind of what it felt like with that. And so you had you know, it just never clicked for me. It felt like it was like either it was two best friends who tried to date and it didn't work, or it was like a brother sister or like a first it was awkward. Like they felt awkward together. They were much better separately than they were together. But then, like, I've not seen this sex scene, but I also don't care. from my understanding, didn't she come out and say that it's like the main thing of the main plot of this movie is a love triangle?
I don't think it's a love triangle. I think she says their romance is like the main thing here. So she says, she's speaking of slash film now. She says, well, as you know, in the filmmaking process, from the day you write something on the page to showing it to an audience, people come in with ideas and accidents, good and bad. I think for this specific idea, it was in the treatment, it was in the script. So she's just reiterating that it was already there. Mm-hmm. And then she says, we plan on shooting it. And then once we shot it, we edited it. We showed it to Disney. We showed it to Marvel. And everyone said, oh, this is beautiful. And that's the end of the conversation. So it's actually a very smooth process. And then she says, also, if you have seen the film, you know the love between these two, in a way, defines the fate of humanity, of our planet. So I like to show them not just loving each other intellectually, emotionally, but also physically, and to show a sexual encounter in a compassionate, loving way. I think it's a very positive thing to do. So I don't know. Again, I'm going to point out what I was saying before. Like, you can show all of that without having a graphic sex scene. Like, you can do a bathtub scene like you have in BVS without like them stripping off their clothes or whatever. It's like, I don't know what the sex scene is going to look like, but when you think sex scene, like, that's what you think. Or you think of something like The Rock, like in the beginning of The Rock.
Oh, yeah.
He's getting it on with his
going at it
wife. I think it's his wife, fiance, maybe.
I think it's his wife. Yeah.
Or I'm just trying to think of like I mean, I don't know. I guess like it's not like Top Gun where you get the beginnings of it, and I think it cuts out, right, and then
it fades,
leaving.
Yeah, and then it's him standing by the door frame, like in his boxers or whatever, leaning against it with his arm up, and she walks up in his shirt. Yeah. Yeah,
so like you can get all that stuff in a Top Gun scene like that, right? Mm-hmm. Without having to, like, I mean, to me, the way she's describing it, it sounds like it's not like Top Gun. They're trying to get all the emotions of Top Gun, but they're actually going to show you everything.
It's just such a weird venue for me. Like, a superhero movie, like, sure, there are probably some films out there, artsy fartsy, whatever you want to do, where maybe this makes sense for the plot to see it, but like, you don't need it here. Like, I just don't. Well, it's like such a wrong venue for it, you know?
Yeah, it's marketed to kids. This is a Marvel superhero movie. This isn't a James Bond movie. This isn't a Top Gun movie. This isn't a freaking it's not
even a non-Disney Marvel movie like Venom or something, or that wasn't even rated R. Never mind. Dang.
Well, people wanted those to be rated R.
I wanted it to be rated R.
I wanted it to be rated R as well.
Yeah, definitely Carnage.
That was disappointing. The only blood you actually saw in that movie was from his lip when after he bit Eddie, and then he wipes Eddie's blood off of his lip. That's the only blood you get to see. Anyway, I digress.
I don't think I put it in here. I didn't. All right. But so this guy, Nate Moore, right here, he's the producer, the guy who like put it all in the treatment or whatever. He's also the guy behind Falcon and Winter Soldier. He made some like really bizarre comments on there, like behind the scenes thing. But he describes this. He describes the movie as an epic romance. He says, we've made 25 movies now at Marvel, but this is the first movie that's really built around a romance. This, we can do it right, is an epic romance.
I'm sorry. Tony and Piper were what? Tony and Pepper. Sorry, Pepper. Tony and Pepper were what? That was
they were just a standard romance, okay? This is an epic one.
Cap and
Peggy.
Cap and Peggy.
Who you destroyed your universe for.
Which I also, which is, I can't stand what they happened there. Like, he moved on.
So bad, and that was part of the big thing. But like this just reminds me, there was a long time ago, the author of One Piece, Oda Ichiro, he got asked, like, hey, does Luffy, like, would he get with Nami? Like, would all these characters end up together by a reader? And he basically just responded, like, I don't know. Like, this is not what I don't care. I haven't thought about it because that's not what people are coming to this story for. People are coming to One Piece because they're young. Like, it's for young boys who just want adventure and fighting and all that kind of stuff. And that's what's happening here. It's like we come to Marvel movies for essentially just like a popcorn action flick, not epic romance. Like I never look at a Marvel movie and think like that's a romantic story. There's romance in it, but it's never like that's a romantic thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the freaking Titanic, yo.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. You like I would probably say the most like I mean I know you pointed out Tony and Pepper, and I think their love life is pretty rocky for the most part, just with Tony's history.
I would actually towards the end.
Right. Oh yeah. Right. But I would probably say the more romantic part has been Thor with Jane Foster.
Thor and Jane, and then you've got.
Yeah.
I don't really care for what they did with Hulk and Black Widow.
So weird, dude.
That was weird.
That never should have that's Joss Whedon being like.
That was definitely a Joss.
Yeah, that was definitely Joss Whedon.
Right, because wasn't that he did Ultron too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
he did the first two. He did the first two Avengers movies.
I think it would have made more sense for Cap and like I can't even believe we're having
Betty back.
Yeah, I can't believe we're having this conversation. But like, if Black Widow had to get with anybody, like for real, it would have either been Hawkeye, which obviously is a non-starter because he did his own thing outside of the Avengers, or it would have been Captain America.
Yeah,
with Winter Soldier.
Those are the only two that actually.
Yeah, there's a lot of chemistry in Winter Soldier.
Yeah, there is, but like those are the only two, even comic book wise, that make any sense because they're like, when it comes to Hawkeye, he can understand her on why she's doing. He understands her motivations. Like he gets why she's doing what she's doing. And when it comes to Captain America, they're both fish out of water. So like. No, that's why those are the only two that make any kind of sense to me. With the Hulk, he's not a fish out of water. He's honestly, he's just a scientist with anger issues. Like it doesn't make any sense. And besides that, the Hulk has She-Hulk, so I don't know what they're doing.
No. Hulk She-Hulk is She-Hulk is
Nope. That's not the new canon. Did you not see that?
Did they really just make them
the
not
comics? They changed it.
They made like they're not kin. They're not related.
I didn't even hear about this.
At least that is what I have to go back. Let me see my DM. As far as I know, the intention is to She-Hulk is not related to Hulk.
Wow, if that's
coming up,
that's
like
true.
it's not like she's adopted or something. She's not actually blood related.
Oh, for the TV show?
Yeah.
Oh, for the show. Yeah.
Okay.
They want to like,
of course,
make them get together. So I'm just trying to keep up on the most recent.
They just brought Liv Tyler back though to voice. Didn't they bring her back to voice in that animated show? For what if? Yeah,
I believe they did. Yeah,
I think so. I have no idea.
That's a good romance too. I see someone was pointing that out in the comments.
Yeah.
Mark was.
There you go. Hulk and Liv Tyler. I don't think so. Sadly, or not, like depending on
Star-Lord and Gamora too.
Marvel is turning into DC with all of their continuity break.
Oh yeah,
crap. Like,
look at Eternals is literally just Justice League, where it's like here's like 9 new characters. We're gonna introduce them in a big space threat and go. And it's like, what? You didn't work for Justice League. It's not gonna work for you. Well, you worked for Justice League when you gave him 3 more hours.
They're saying too that the movie will explain why they didn't intervene with Thanos, who was supposed to be a deviant.
Yeah,
like in their whole
Porg. Oh, I wish Porg was here to tell us what that's about.
So
yeah, and see, here's the other thing too. Why do the Eternals even exist if you have the freaking time cop people from Loki? The TVA or whatever they're called.
Yeah.
Actually, that's a really good point. Why are there 2 overlaps?
The Eternals serve zero purpose with the existence of the TVA. There's nothing there. There's nothing that the Eternals can do that the TVA
is actually an Eternal.
Corrupted. God dang.
It's gonna be.
Watch that be what it is. That's
probably it. That's probably it.
Like, that, and I am
It's
so
more
sorry.
of a druid move than.
Mhm.
I hope that they paid Tom Hiddleston a lot of money, because what they did to Loki was just
It's so bad.
evil.
It's
It was
insulting.
like if I didn't know any better, I would swear to God that the God of Mischief wrote that series to torture Tom Hiddleston, because it was so horrific. And like,
Well, it's
you
the same
can't-
problem that the Mandalorian has. They don't understand the characterization
They
for the
don't get
character changes from episode to episode, and he makes decisions that are wildly different from his decision making process
Yeah.
that he made like within the episode 10 minutes before.
Yep, there's no consistency, there's no character arc, there's no growth. It was like when I saw the Loki series,
Mhm.
and I honest to God questioned if I was like, okay, maybe the writers are just going to be smart, and at the end it's going to be revealed that Loki
Like
has
a
been
twist?
playing, yeah, like Loki's been playing dumb this whole time. Like maybe that's what's going to happen, and you're going to realize, oh, this was all a ploy to actually get the Infinity Stone. Like the Infinity Stones do matter, and this was a ploy to just get more power. No, none of that happened.
No, they said they made that clear, that like they mocked that in the show.
Yeah. They basically what they did was everything, all of the sacrifice, Endgame, freaking everything that the Avengers did, all of the previous 20 movies, phase 1 through phase 3, did not matter. Like it just got erased, wiped off the map, doesn't count, doesn't matter. We're going to restart and refresh. And you know what? These Infinity Stones, though, we've got a drawer full of them. They have no power here. And I'm like, this is Marvel crapping. Like, this is something DC should have done to Marvel. Like, this would have been like if DC would have just taken a bunch of power stones and chunked them in a drawer and, called it a day and was like, they don't do anything. What you really need are like this, or you need this entity, or you need this organization, whatever it was.
The Spectre or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. That should have been a DC thing. For Marvel to do that to their own IP, to everything, the whole reason this show exists is because of everything that came before.
Yeah.
And you're just going to be like, yeah, no, we're done. We're just throwing it all away. We're chunking it in the office drawer.
Gravemaster, did you watch any What If?
I saw 2 episodes, and that was more than enough for me.
Yeah,
I saw one and quit.
That's all that really matters. But I only bring it up because I feel like it's a double insulting for Hiddleston, because there's an episode where he voices Loki, and that Loki in the episode is like full on conqueror, like God of Mischief. I know I'm badass, like, and I rule kind of Loki, like Avengers 1 Loki. And so you get him to come in like, oh, go act as Loki, but be the wimp Loki. But then you can come do his voice, and it's going to be the best Loki, but it's only for one episode, and then you're done. Like, ouch.
I do want to push back on the fact that on what you said. You said he didn't have any character growth in the show. I actually think he had. I don't think he had character growth. I don't think they did a good job of like actually justifying that character growth, where he becomes like a giant wimp. I probably would use a different word.
I'd probably use a different word. Oh yeah.
But now, yeah, I think wimp is a good word. Where he definitely goes from this very arrogant, cocky, confident God of Mischief to a blubbering idiot who has self-confidence issues, is always like kind of almost questioning himself. He's not confident in his abilities anymore, or even in what his objectives are, and he doesn't really know what his objectives are. So I think there is character growth in that, but it's in the opposite of it's usually you become a better person.
Yeah.
But for Loki, I don't want Loki to have character growth. Loki is fine as he has been for decades being a god of mischief and messing things up and concocting schemes that are always about putting him in power. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. The fact that Marvel thinks that
I agree with you, not Marvel.
These people are always saying like, oh, we need to do something new and fresh. It's like, no, we like Loki because that's what because he's Loki. Like that's why I know Don, who's not here, he loves Ragnarok, but that's why I can't stand Ragnarok, because they insult Loki's character so much. He's like, oh, I'm Thor. You think I was gonna fall for that again? Like, yes, because it's different. He's still tricking you. It's just a different trick. It's a different like play. And as much as Dark World sucks,
that one works for me though. But yeah, anyway, Dark World.
As much as Dark World sucks, the ending is so good because it's Loki taking Odin's spot, feigning his death, and then like a masterful ploy. So I don't know. For me, what's that?
I like Dark World.
We found one of 3 people who did.
I'm not against it. I like the opening fight scene.
Yeah,
the opening battle scene is pretty good, and I like the end battle scene too.
Yeah, it's not the battles. I think the battles are great. I agree with you. Where Loki really pulled, like this is Loki really pulling off the God of Mischief thing, where he takes Odin's spot and he fakes his own death, and he gets the power that he's been craving, even if he has to wear his father's
skin
or his
crown
his adoptive father's as a disguise
face.
Or whatever it may be.
Face
but
up.
like the reason I also like Ragnarok is, or not Ragnarok, good God, Dark World is because in the first Thor, you had Jane Foster, who always had on those like really ridiculous novelty t-shirts, and like I don't know, in the comic it worked, but like on Natalie Portman it just didn't. I don't know why. You know what I mean?
It felt too like forced and faked in a set.
Yeah, it felt like a set piece, exactly. Like it felt like a costume. But in the second movie, and I don't know if it's just because she got paid more or if, she was more into the story, whatever it was. Especially when she's in the like Asgardian garb, she really felt like Jane Foster to me. I was like, okay, she's actually like filling into like Jane Foster's roles, like the part where they're scanning her body and she's like having a discussion with them, but she's speaking in science and they're speaking in magic, but then you sort of see that bridge start to align. So she's like, oh, so this is what it is.
This is like this. Yeah.
Like it's those scenes. I'm not saying that the acting was super brilliant in that movie, but the writing was actually, a lot of the writing was actually really good. Like when you read that, when you listen to that dialogue, that's Jane, who should be freaking out right now about everything she's seeing and everything she's experiencing. And she's looking at it through this scientific discovery lens, where she's learning that when they say one thing, she can understand it because she recognizes it as this on the scientific side. So it's the same process. It's the same event. They just call it different things and they use different methods. And so I really enjoyed seeing that sort of that mirror or that understanding where she's bridging the gap in her knowledge between magic and science. So that was really awesome for me. I also, because she was such a, it's a big sort of like, and I might be giving them way more credit than they deserve. But when, like, she was a super skeptical person, especially in the first movie. And so you sort of see, especially in Dark World, you see this transition where she's learning to take things on faith. And like, it's this huge transition for her because she's always been like cold, hard facts. And, she always needs to know the reason why. And then when she goes to Asgard and when the ether is like, she doesn't understand why she can contain the ether and nobody else could or nobody else can.
Right.
And she doesn't understand what it is that's happening to her, but she's willing to take it on faith that this man and the people that he says are going to help her are actually going to do that, and she's going to get answers, but maybe just not the answers she was expecting. And so it's a lot of character development for Jane, but it's also a lot of character development for Thor, who's been pining over Jane and hasn't been able to go back. And then he does go back. And, you know, he has this whole rush of things, everything he wants to say, everything he wants to do. Like, he can't even really formulate what's going on. And then, of course, Jane is like, you're an asshole. You know, like, she's like angry at him. And so he's now playing defense and trying to like break down her barriers. And then he realizes, and then you see the switch sort of flip when he realizes that she needs to go, like, he needs to take her to Asgard to save her life. Like, he goes from like seeing her and pining for her and trying to like rebuild what they already had to, holy crap, everything has to wait. We need to go save your life right now. So, like I said, I actually enjoy Dark World. I like the chemistry between Loki and Thor. I think the Dark Elves, again,
with Malekith.
with Malekith, when you merge sci-fi and fantasy, it does not usually work. And this is another instance where the Dark Elves should have either been straight fantasy or straight sci-fi. You shouldn't have made them elves from an alien. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
You tried to blend. You tried too hard to blend fantasy and sci-fi.
They tried too hard to push that. What you were talking about earlier, the like science is just or like magic is just science. We don't understand. That's what they were trying to like push, and like I get it because that's like the theme, but also like right, they pushed it way too far.
They should have just let the elves be elves, or they should have just made them an alien race like they did with the ice giants. Because like the ice giants worked. It was this other race from this other planet that were powerful and they were a threat, and it worked. Like, you still had a little bit of sci-fi because you've got the travel through space and the Rainbow Bridge and time travel and all of that stuff. But it wasn't overly done.
Agreed, 100%.
All right, we got a $5 super chat from Revol Arvides. He asks, manga or light novels?
Always manga, because I can see the pictures.
True. I guess it depends on the story, actually. Because there's a lot of light novels that haven't been converted to manga that I actually really like. So I guess it depends what I'm looking for. And what the story actually is. But generally speaking, I found manga first, and I do tend to prefer manga over light novels. But again, there's some stories that either haven't finished being converted to manga or haven't even started being converted to manga. So in those instances, I would pick the light novels. But I've read
all you got.
Yeah.
All right, I think we're going to wrap it up there. It is 12:40 a.m. Here on the East Coast.
Oh, wow.
I know both you guys are not on the East Coast.
No, but it's still pretty late. It's past my bedtime for sure.
Still late,
so I know you got some big things happening this week. Do you want to share what you got going on, Lady Gravemaster?
I thought you were talking to Spencer. I thought he was gotten big things going on this week.
Oh, I always got big things on boundingintocomics.com. Check it out daily.
There you go. No, so tomorrow I've got my I've been doing a weekly stream called Nostalgic Nirvana, and I'm going to cover tomorrow is going to be the 1985 film Weird Science.
Yes. We try to make that one nowadays.
Yeah, I do love that movie though. Last week was not The Mummy. Was it The Mummy? What did I talk about last week? My brain died. It was Subhuman. That's what it was.
Oh, that's also a good one.
Subhuman and I were talking about Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. That's what it was.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
I'm gonna say 2010, but
you did The Mummy. You did. It says 1 week ago you did The Mummy.
Yeah, so that will have been 2 weeks ago with The Mummy. And then Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure was last week with Subhuman 84. I also so I've talked about a whole bunch of stuff. And then so this week is going to be Weird Science, and then next week is going to be the first Back to the Future. Because that is a Thanksgiving. That's a Thanksgiving tradition in my house. But so yeah, we're not quite into
tradition. I like that.
Yep.
I know, me too.
So we're not quite into the Christmas movie. Like, don't worry, Home Alone is coming up, all the goodies. But yeah, so tomorrow is Weird Science. Next week is going to be Back to the Future.
Are you gonna watch that new Home Alone? Oh well, you don't have Disney Plus, so.
So I am not understand. I am not openly supporting pirating or anything like that. I am simply saying you do not need Disney Plus or Netflix to watch Disney Plus or Netflix shows. That's all I'm saying.
People have live streams. You can just jump on their live streams and watch with them. There you go.
If you've got a friend that's got an account, hey, that's money that's not going to Netflix or Disney Plus. Just saying, there are ways around it if you don't want to sail the high seas.
Even though they want to end that password sharing so bad.
Yeah. And I would never advocate, of course, for any illegal activity on John's streams. That would be immoral, and I would not do that to John. But yeah, no. So tomorrow is Weird Science. Friday is, of course, FNT, and then Saturday I've got the Sailor Moon Volume 2 finishing up live stream with Lethal Lightning.
Lethal.
And I may have one other stream on Saturday as well. And I'm still going to hopefully be dropping two videos between now and Friday. One of them is on the Wheel of Time. And the other one is called The Color Blue. And that is going to be...
What's your Wheel of Time video about?
Huh?
What's your Wheel of Time video about?
It's about how this is going to be a bastardization and not any the Wheel of Time video is actually just going. It's breaking down the trailers and
did you see the New York Comic Con clip where Moraine enters the in the Two Rivers?
Yes.
Or Eamon's Field. I guess they're calling it Two Rivers now.
Yeah, no, they're calling it Two Rivers. Whoever. Here's what I think happened. This is actually in my vid. I think that somebody read the Cliffs Notes of the books.
That's how it always is. They read the wiki. They read the wiki.
This is an look at this. It's an all women organization that have all the power. They're the only ones that can use magic. Let's go ahead and, adapt these books. Oh, wait. It's actually, it's a male savior. Well, that's okay. We can alter it. It'll just be loosely based on the books.
Dude, I told Spencer, I would not be surprised. So, they're teasing that, it could be one of the 5, implying that, one of the women could be the Dragon Reborn.
Yeah.
And, I know some people are they just don't want. They're just trying for the normies. They just don't want to give it away, and I'm just I would not be surprised if they make one of the other.
John's just sitting at the end of the bar, taking a long drag out of a cigarette, saying "You've seen nothing. I've seen so much."
And we know. I've seen the script for. I've seen a script, and they ruined Perrin's character. So.
They ruined Moraine's character. I think I actually quote tweeted your tweet, John, but it was literally Moraine is way too central. She's no business being as crucial.
So in the last trailer, I felt like they were picking up some of the prequel book that Jordan wrote, because they were showing Moraine being inducted into the Aes Sedai and stuff like that, and that's not shown obviously in what is it called, the Something of Tomorrow, whatever the first book is called, Eye of Tomorrow or something.
Eye of Tomorrow. The thing is, between all of the promotional trailer, all the promotional material I've seen, I think you get like maybe total combined 6 seconds of Rand across all of the promotional material.
Yeah.
I think it's a combined total of 6 seconds. And there's about 5 minutes worth of promotional material out there. That is not a good sign at all. Also, like, the weaves are all wrong. Like,
yeah, I don't like that's not how I imagined how especially with like Nineveh or however you say her name. The way she tugs her hair and stuff. Like, that's not how I imagined it. Like, I'm not gonna lie.
And like when the first trailer dropped, I couldn't even tell that it was Moraine. Like, I had no idea that was her because the colors.
The only character that's recognizable is Rand because he's got the red hair.
And like even that, again, it was like a 2-second clip, so you had to be really paying attention to see him.
And that's like the main protagonist of that series, isn't it? Like I don't know Wheel of Time
he's
at
the
all.
Dragon
Reborn.
Reborn. Spoiler: he's the Dragon Reborn.
He's the main protagonist.
And
so
it's.
And Land is supposed to be a guy who's like in the shadows and like he's like bursting
like front and center.
The door of the inn. It's like, dude, what are you doing?
It's like, It's not Jordan's story at all. And when you read even the books that Sanderson finished, because Sanderson finished the last like 2.5 books because Jordan of course passed away, and Sanderson used Jordan's notes and everything, and you can definitely tell there's a different author to the books because it's Sanderson has a very distinct style. But Jordan, when you read especially the first book, I'm currently on the 5th book and I'm trying to finish it before the show comes out. But in the first book, especially like the imagery, everything is so vivid. Like the way he describes things and the characters.
Talk about this. The food, man. The food.
Like it's all so like you can taste it, you can see it, you can smell it, and like you watch the trailers and it's just a bunch of muted colors. And then someone was like, "Well, look, when she comes up out of this," they didn't even know what it was. They're like, "She comes up out of that like muddy milk-looking thing, and it's all of the colors." And I was like, holy crap. Okay, first of all.
Muddy milk looking thing.
Like, I always thought she came toward. I thought it was like spring was coming, right? It was, right? Because they have like the pole. Then they're going to do the dance around they're supposed to. The
just
spring
read
pole
books,
and
people.
stuff like that. And like the field is like this like bright green, like
flowering,
like you were saying,
like. It talks about all of the different scents and all the different flowering and all the different baskets and more food and like the dancing and the clothes. Like the clothes are really vivid and like the and you look at the
clothes are terrible. The wardrobe is stuff. Have you seen what they're gonna do to the White Cloaks? Have you seen the White Cloak design?
Oh, the White Cloaks are bad.
Yes, I have. Hold on.
So horrible. We have it on the website. It's so ugly.
So this was from when I saw the first trailer. Is when I shared this tweet because I couldn't figure out who this was supposed to be because in the first few seconds it's almost like looks like she's wearing black and I'm like, is that supposed to be more like who is this character supposed to be? Meanwhile, over here you have a cosplayer. If this had walked out onto the screen, I would have never questioned that was great. Look at that.
That's the blue. The colors are actually supposed to be vibrant.
Yes.
To differentiate between the Ajah, but it's also like you. It also is like you are a Sedai. Like like respect.
Absolutely. And so like they don't have. I don't know why they don't have her. It's leaving me. This is called something. It's not a head jewel. There's actually a name for it, and now my brain is frozen. But there's actually a name for this. She's not wearing it. And for the life of me, I don't know why.
The Kessiera?
Is that what it is? I can't.
I just looked it up.
You looked it up. That's probably what it is. I just don't know. Like, why is that not clicking with me? That's probably what it is. It's just I'm so angry right now.
Yeah. No, go for it.
Look at the difference in. Look at the cloak. Like this is clearly. Yeah. This is clearly a blue cloak with that's trimmed in a lighter blue. Look at her belt. This, like, her belt is important. Her jewelry is important. Like, all of this stuff, this isn't just to look pretty. This
They
all
spent all the
has
money on Lord of the
meaning.
Rings. Forgot to spend any on.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like if this is what they're going to do on a multi-million-dollar budget, like why even bother? Like why even bother? I mean, I don't understand. And then somebody had oh, here we go. They were like, "Look, here's vibrant colors." I was like, "No."
Where?
I was like, the red lesbians are all really bright, but it's also red. So, but like even this red is,
but
muted.
It's all muted. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all muted, and it's freaking terrible. And
where's the green? Where's green?
That's green.
It's like so. It almost looks like it's brown. Like stone.
Yeah, it almost looks brown. The
yellow is terrible. Look at that yellow.
Yeah, this also looks brown.
The yellow does not look vibrant.
It looks
that's
like
why I look to yellow to be the vibrant color here, and it's just not.
They're supposed to be. Like
the yellow looks like newborn poop.
Yes, that is an excellent descriptor for it. That's exactly what it looks like.
John would
and
know.
You just and someone tried to tell me that this was a vibrant color, like that. Look at these vibrant colors when they're all together, and I was like, I don't think you understand what the word vibrant means, and you clearly have never read Jordan's books, because this scene is all wrong for many reasons, not the least of which being the fact that she's currently being flanked by 4 reds and 3 greens. And anybody that knows anything, red doesn't get along with hardly anybody, just FYI. They're biatches. But
there's a couple good ones.
Yes, but for the most part, no.
They're basically Slytherin.
Pretty much, but worse. Because they're backstabbing and conniving.
They're Slytherin with a hint of what's that woman's name?
Umbridge.
Yeah,
there's definitely some Umbridge.
Yep, definitely for sure. We'll put that in Harry Potter terms for everybody. But like, red doesn't get like nobody's. And you can correct me on this if I'm wrong, John. But like, nobody. None of the alliances that Red has ever had has ever ended well for any of the others. Like, and
I think that's true.
It's always shaky. Whatever alliance they form, and it doesn't matter who it's with, it's always shaky. And Yellow gets along with everybody, but even Yellow is like, if we don't have to work with Red, we're not gonna do it. Like,
one of the things I feel like is missing, especially if they're doing like because in the trailers they show a lot of Moraine's like kind of origin. And it's like, well, where's Siobhan then, right?
No, there's so
like, where's she in that scene? Is she supposed to be in the is she supposed to is she hidden
back here? I don't know.
Is she supposed to be here, like on this? Is this a seat here in the front
this is a
foreground? Maybe that's where Siobhan's supposed to be.
Possibly. All I know is the whole scene is wrong. Like, it's just badly. Just stop. And like here, someone else tried to tell me, see, this is clearly green, and I was like, nah, that could be blue. Like, quite frankly, with how like this is the first time that I'm like, oh, she's wearing blue. Okay, that looks blue, but she doesn't have anything else that she's supposed to have, and even her. Oh my god, it's just.
If you go back to the other one, there looks like you're saying that could be blue. If you go back to the first one, there's like a couple people that like have like they look like they're blue, like behind her there.
Like, this looks gray. This looks gray. This looks gray.
Black.
That looks brown. That looks like it could be either or. These two are like a weird blend of like greenish brown. I can't tell if this is gray or blue or green. Like, I can't tell. It should be easy to distinguish who is who. And the fact that they have a what is going on right here? Why?
Yeah.
What is this?
Different colors.
What in God's name is that?
Two
like,
tones.
no. Just no. That's not a thing. This over here is also not a thing. You might have the one white stripe in the front to show like an affiliation or an admiration or something, but you're not going to have that like who is in charge of costumes? We need to have words. Like, it's just not good. I'm angry. And like
pointing with the keyboard says we hired a legally blind person for our visual coordinator. Don't be ableist.
Don't be ableist. See, there's two. Like, I am just. Oh, look, there you go. That is correct. As everything looks the same. It all looks the same. Look at this. This is terrible. This is not.
I do like the one good thing that I did like is the Logain casting. He looks like how I imagine Logain.
I can give you that one, yeah. But like, okay, so don't get me started on him.
Have we even seen anything of Tom Marilyn yet? Like, how are they going to do his outfit?
I have no idea, and I'm terrified to find out.
Yeah.
This should look almost like sapphires, oh, everybody needs to go read Jordan's books, because the way he world builds and the way he describes things, it doesn't look like this. Like, to me, this is like somebody put like 300 gray lenses over Jordan's world and then poured ash on everything. Like, that's literally what it feels like. And here, let me see. Here you go. This is the scene they're talking about. They're like, when she comes out of the weird milky mud water, that's all colorful and vibrant. And I'm like, when this is the most colorful.
Who looks at that?
What is that? I don't even know what that is.
I have no
What's
idea.
going on? What is happening?
I am not sure.
Is that supposed to be like Lanfear or something? Who is that? I don't even know who that is.
I have no idea. I can't tell who anybody is in this. The first time I watched this trailer, I legit could not. Here's the thing. With the descriptions, the descriptions that Jordan uses, and the character, like, when you read the characters, you can like see them in your head. Like, they're very distinct. They all have different looks. They all have different builds. They're all very much their own individual people. You should be able to look at all these characters for a half a second and know who they are. I have no idea who that is. I couldn't tell who Moraine was the first time I saw it. This looks like a ripoff of King's Landing. Don't tell me that doesn't look like it was.
Oh no, it's definitely supposed to be.
It's like someone was like, "Oh, we're gonna make this look like Game of Thrones, but we're gonna do the 10% different."
Definitely knows what they did.
Is this is this on Dragonmount? You think this is
probably
the flashback in the beginning?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. This is all right. No idea that's Moraine.
Oh, this is her coming into that was her coming into the Two Rivers, like,
yes,
announcing herself when she's trying to be low key. Look, there's that person again, like floating down a river. Like, I have I don't remember that whatsoever.
Nope. I don't think that happens until way later in the books, because they're not supposed to be anywhere near the Two Rivers right now. That's not. I digress. Also, again, not vibrant enough. Okay, you tell me that cloak looks blue. That is not a vibrant blue. Does that look blue to anybody?
No.
This is why I couldn't tell if this was Moraine or not. I was like, who is this?
The people couldn't tell either, so like, they have to have Nineveh threatening her with a dagger.
Like, freaking A. We're back in the horrible assembly. That's who's sitting on the throne. I don't know who that's supposed to be.
That's Sioan?
I guess, but that's not
how I imagine Sioan.
Not at all. Not even close. Okay, here we go. Are we ready for the weave? What is that? That looks like cigarette smoke. Harry Potter did it better.
What is this supposed to be? Like magic transferring into her?
She's healing her. Yeah, so this is the weave. So she's like, this is a binding / healing weave, is essentially what's supposed to be happening right now. And it's supposed to be also a very vibrant color.
I see it though. Okay, I see it now. Yeah, it's smoke.
Ooh, it is?
Yeah. That's the weave right there. It looks like cigarette smoke. Hold on.
I always imagined it being like golden. I don't know.
The weaves all have different colors, but especially if it's a healing weave, like it would be a bright gold. Then you've got this. This also looks like some weird Harry Potter. What was it?
Dementor.
Yeah.
What is going on here?
I have no idea.
This has to be like what, Samhail or whatever.
This is like this has to
town
be
is supposed to be destroyed.
It's been a really long time since I've read these books, high school. Yeah. But I think his first one he fights is Samhail, right? Or like Ishtar or whatever.
Oh yeah, here's all all these women look angry. Look at that.
Well, they're red of jaw,
Oh.
so they.
Like
I'm okay
They're
with
also
that. Them being red of jaw.
well, yeah, they're. She's not red. She's gray.
Yeah.
I have no.
That's.
I got
I
nothing.
think that's supposed to be. That's Sioan's like secretary person who's got the club.
Yeah.
I think that's who
But
that's supposed
this
to
is
be.
also not how I imagined her.
No.
Like, that's not how she. That's not how Jordan described her. Definitely
I don't
not like.
remember her being like really. She was
RBF.
stern, not like pissed
Frumpy.
off.
Yeah, not PMSing 24/7. And then you have this. Okay. When I first saw this scene, because remember, this plays much faster than I'm going right. Like, hang on, here, we'll play through this. I thought she was blue. I legit thought she was blue in the first few seconds. Like,
Is this when? I guess this is them capturing Logain. I assume.
Man, they do not know how to color balance.
No.
Goodness.
here we are again at King's Landing. Here we are,
That
like.
city's super CGI.
There you go. That's all you
Yeah,
got of
that
Rand,
was
by the
super
way.
CGI.
That was all you got of Rand. I could not
That
tell.
just him
There
looking
he
at the
is. He's
dagger?
right there.
That's it?
Him with the bow. They're doing. This is him. They're the guy with the dagger is Matrim.
Okay, so that's
With the
that's
bow
Rand.
is Rand, and that's him probably tapping into the what does he call it? His father teaches him it, like this like space. He's
The
able
Force.
to like he goes into the space.
Yeah. No, so like here, this is
I
all you
forget
get
what
of
it's
Rand.
called.
That's all you get, by the way.
He's right there. He's actually, if you go, but he's right
Is
there
that
too.
him? I can't tell.
Yeah.
Hold on.
So like
Are you
right
sure
there.
that's him? Are
Yeah,
you
he's got the
sure?
red hair. I think that's him with the red hair because he's
That's
standing next to
brown.
Perrin.
Are you sure that's not Brown?
I think that's him because he's the
Okay.
only one who's as tall as.
Whoa, are we
Perrin.
making a new entry for our redhead replacement list? John and I have that conversation like every month.
I know, like
Is
oh,
that
man.
red? Oh, it's a
Ginger
brown.
side. I don't know. Like all I know with as fast as this trailer plays, like there's not enough. So now, okay, yay!
That's
now we're
supposed to be
running.
Nineveh, I think.
Yeah, I think you're
That's
right.
Matrim. Perrin with
Okay.
the wolf. Sex scene with someone. I don't know what that was. It was weird. Oh, there
Then
was
you
it.
know-
There it was. That's the spring dance, I think, right there.
This one
Without
right
the
here,
pole
yeah.
in the middle.
With no pole.
Without the
With no
without the
pole. And
pole.
no like. Do.
Well, there's literally supposed to be a giant pole, and they take
Yeah,
these
there's
like
supposed to
really
be-
colorful,
Yep.
like pieces of cloth and like dance
Look
around
at
it.
this.
Oh, like a
Is this-
maypole, yeah.
Yeah, it's a maypole.
Does this look like the clothing that Jordan describes at the
Yeah.
festival at the dance? Look at that. Does
None
this
of that-
look like
Is this supposed to be like
banquet
a
tables?
celebration? Right? Like, is it supposed to be positive
Yes.
right now? Because
Yes.
that
Yes.
this looks like
a
they
morning
this-
dance?
It looks
This
like
looks
a
like-
ritual, like an evil
yeah,
ritual.
that's what I was gonna say, John. It looks like something out of like Midsommar. Like they just killed somebody and they're trying to
Yeah.
like summon
Yeah.
something.
This is not happy. This is not bright. This is not vibrant. These tables over here, like, where is the banquet tables full of food? Where are they
Why
at?
did they film it at night?
I don't know, because whoever is in charge of this production clearly doesn't care. Like I said, they were like, oh, it's an all-female group of powerful
Yeah.
women and diversity. Yay!
That's
That-
it! Yay!
That the man brings to heal.
Like, okay, are these brown or are they green?
My favorite
Like,
details.
they match
He
the dirt.
literally brings all of the powerful women to heal, except for like the women that like he binds with.
Yeah.
It's like that's so funny.
And so we went from one depressing dance scene to now a depressing morgue scene. Like,
Which is weird. I don't even
right?
know what that is.
and
This
I
is
think
weird.
these are supposed to be green.
Why would you
but
lay them out
they
like that?
Because again, they're going for like visually stunning. Like all they care about is making it look pretty, and this doesn't even look pretty.
Yeah, they
This
just
looks
want it. They
horrible.
just like they do the
Yeah.
marketing nowadays to make it so that you like people will make gifs of their show, and that's like their promotion nowadays.
Yeah,
That's
No,
why
I
it's
saw
all-
the Spider-Man with Doc
Yeah,
Ock
with Doc Ock.
chasing-
yeah.
like,
on the bridge.
Okay.
Like, that was the one shot they released.
I will give you $5
So
if
funny.
you can tell me if these are brown or green. Are these gray or brown? Are these gray? Or
I
brown?
can only assume
What is-
green because I'm going off of like
I hate this
story
shot.
shot, but
The
even then,
shot's
like
terrible.
I can't tell. The one like the on the two opposite sides, Gravemaster, that you were just highlighting, like Yeah, right there and right there. It's like they could both be green. I don't know.
They could both be brown.
This shot is
Yeah, they could both be brown.
They could all be gray. Like, I can't even tell, like, is this white and this white? Because, like, the only reason I think that this is blue is because this one blue dot speck right here. But then also, with the way this thing is color schemed, this could be either yellow or brown.
Right.
Like, these are not vibrant colors. You should be like, the only ones who stick out. The only ones who stick out is red, and even in red, it's like, why do you have a gray? Or why is there a brown? Like, who is this person and why are they sitting with red? Because they're not red. But maybe they are red. You just can't tell. But from this shot, it should be insanely easy to be like, okay, red, brown, yellow, blue, white, green,
right,
gray. Like, you should be able to see this distinctly. The blue dot is Buzz
Lightyear.
For true synergy.
This is also not at all what I pictured.
Who is that supposed to be?
I don't know.
That was Land.
I have no idea. But if it's...
I thought they did a good job with the Trollocs, I'm not going to lie.
I feel like that's the motto for the series.
Yeah.
Who is that supposed to be?
The Trollocs look decent.
Okay, back here. Is this brown or yellow back here?
Where are we looking at? Oh, behind her?
In the very, very back. I'd say red almost.
Brown. Look, the one on the left looks brown to me.
Yeah,
so
like reddish brown,
brown.
brown.
I honest to God, yes, I'm pretty sure those are brown. But like, why? Like, again, I can't tell.
Why are they
like,
brown?
she looks yellow. I don't know. But like, again, the colors are not vibrant.
There's
like,
the Trollocs there.
Yeah. And now everything's going, so you can't tell who anybody is.
There.
That is, if that is a Waygate, I'm gonna.
I think that that probably is.
Honestly, it probably is.
Okay, so to anybody who isn't aware of what Waygates are supposed to look like, the reason they're so hard to find is because they look like the nature surrounding them.
Yeah.
Like, they look like part of the
They
land.
blend in, yes.
Yeah.
What part of this, like, are you kidding me? Like, what is this?
So awesome.
It's Stonehenge.
So awesome.
Can't tell who the hell these people are because there's not 5 of them. It's not.
That's
Moraine.
so awesome. I'm gonna
Like,
be
I don't
real.
know
It's
who
so
these
awesome.
are. Like, who are these people and why do I care?
So
I cannot
bad.
tell. You all look the same.
I think I'm gonna hate watch this show. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm gonna hate watch the heck out of.
I like Wheel of Time, so
I'm
I'm probably gonna
Okay.
hate watch the show.
Do. Here we go. When
This
Harry
is just
Potter,
Avatar or
Yeah,
the last
when Harry-
Bender movie where they're
Yeah, when Harry Potter gets weaves more accurate than
Agreed,
the
Renegade.
Wheel of Time that has a multi-million-dollar budget behind it, we got problems. Like, this looks like it belongs in a B fantasy movie at the best. At the best, it looks like it should be in a B fantasy movie. This is not what the weaves are supposed to look like. They're supposed to look like actual threads that are. They make knots. Like, that's why they're called weaves. They weave. They're not blasts. They're not waves. Like, I don't know what.
right. They're
is.
not like air or anything.
We were so inspired by the Battle of Winterfell that we wanted to make everything look vibrant by shooting it all in the dead of
Dead
night.
of night.
That's incredible. No, that's probably what they did.
But like, look at okay, the weaves are supposed to be like cords.
Their
and
faces
they're
right there.
supposed to knot, and they're supposed to create knots, and they're supposed to weave, and they're supposed to interact, and they're supposed to be vibrant and different colors. This is literally like just a blast of air. I don't know what that is. It's not a weave. Those were definitely not weaves. I don't know what's happening.
I think she's protecting Eamon's Field from the Trolloc attacks. I don't really remember her doing that though.
No, I'm so angry.
Oh,
I'm
are you? Dang, we get Cowboy Bebop one week and then Wheel of Time the next. What a good month!
Be
I didn't
quiet,
even know that
Spencer.
was the release date.
Oh, I like this. This makes me so mad because
As it should, yeah.
Amazon has so much money, and they had
They
the
spent it all on
opportunity.
Lord of the Rings.
I've got lots
And
of
licensing the
bits coming
Tomorrow
out of
War.
John. Oh God. Or
The
not
Lord of the Rings is gonna have the same problem. They're already like
100%
deviating from the source material, just like Wheel of Time did in the casting. Like, it's. I mean, if you're already deviating on those fundamentals, everything else is going to be deviating too.
I don't know if you guys know who Stig Kenobi is on Twitter.
Oh yeah,
we know
love
Stig.
Stig. He was actually talking about all this like 2 years before the official announcements even dropped. But I can double check. But the director, for Wheel of Time. And the director, I guess, said that he cast Wheel of Time to look like what he imagines New York City is going to look like in like 2040.
So I wouldn't be surprised. So
I mean, we push it all, obviously, but
I'll reach back out to him, but he brought all it's from his suspended account, but I can see if he still has like the info on it. But yeah, basically the director came out and was like, "Oh, I cast Wheel of Time to look like what I imagine New York City looking like in 2040, where it's all this blending and the races are all like equally represented and like all this other stuff." So
right here. I got it right here. I got the quote right here. We covered this.
Okay. Yeah, so that doesn't give me high hopes. When you're coming at me with that.
I wrote this back in 2019.
Goodness.
So 3 years ago.
There it again.
He says right here, as much as possible, our cast should look like America will in a few hundred years.
100 years, that's what it was.
A beautiful mix of white, brown, black, and everything between. So he says that, but oh crap. I guess so those are these are pictures of like Egwene on the cover of the book. The comic book adaptation. These are from the comics of the characters and what they looked like. And then what's actually crazy here is back in 2014, notes from the Robert Jordan collection at the College of Charleston revealed the actors he modeled his characters after.
That's
Egwene
awesome.
was described as Audrey Hepburn at age 18. Nineveh. I always say Nineveh. I think. How do you? I don't know. I think it's some people corrected me on this.
I say Nineveh just because I've learned it from you, but
yeah, I think in the back of the book it says something else. It's like Nineveh or something. I think it's supposed to be Nineveh.
I've always called her Nineveh.
Nineveh. Yeah, I think that's how you're supposed to say it.
That's a good one.
As a young Jacqueline Bisset, Perrin was a young Val Kilmer. So if you want, we can
that's not.
Dude, those are my favorite moments when people just get blown out.
Rand is a young Ben Affleck.
Young Ben Affleck. Matt James Garner, age 21. Avienda, young Sophia Loren. Elaine, Nicole Kidman at age 18. Yeah, I totally see that. Min, Isabella Rossellini. Tuan, Halle Berry. Yeah, so that's the Chans. Moraine was Hedy Lamar.
Dang.
Lan is Liam Neeson.
Liam.
Yes.
Yes, that's kind of how I imagine too.
Flawless.
Tom.
Yes.
Fail is Cher. Cher at age. Okay, that's not how
I love how specific he got with these.
I can see that with Fail. That's
Patrick Stewart with hair.
I love that he's got Thomas Patrick Stewart with hair.
I know, yeah.
Sioan after Stilling is Renee Zellweger before appearance change. So Stilling is when they are cut off from the one source. Gareth Bryn is Brine. Charlton Heston and John Wayne. That's solid. Michelle Pfeiffer, Morghese. Patton Fane is Alan. Oh, Alan Rickman.
Alan Rickman.
Yeah. That's a good role for him too. That's a good role.
Oh, God rest his soul.
Simmer Hage is Naomi Campbell. She's another. I think Simmer Hage is like she's one of the what are they called? The Fallen?
Yes. No, not the Banished.
It starts with an
Fallen.
F. I feel like it starts with an F.
Fractured?
Here, I'll look it up.
I don't know. It's midnight and I can't think. Ooh, but John, I have something funny to show you.
Oh, you're
So I
not in
have this-
California anymore?
Not
Unless you're in
anymore.
California. Okay.
Not anymore.
Forsaken. I knew it was an F.
That's what it. Yeah, Forsaken.
Yeah.
So if you want to share my screen really quick, so here's the
Yeah.
still. Here's the still from. Here's the weaves. Okay. Keep
Right.
in mind these are supposed to be vibrant, beautiful, powerful waves and threads of energy, cords of energy. Okay. This is a Harry Potter Patronus charm. You tell me which one looks better. Tell me that a Harry Potter Patronus charm doesn't look better than the freaking
100%.
weaves. Like, look
When
at
you
that.
say when you say like energy, whatever term you just used there, Gravemaster, I imagine like you know the things where they have like they generate electricity and you put your hand on it and it like goes to your fingertips.
Yeah.
Electric
That's
orb.
that's
Yeah.
the kind of energy appearance I'm imagining when they use this thing now. And of course, yeah, I haven't read it or anything, but that's what not that at all. Not this weird wind.
No. I can't, like, hang on. Yeah, Steve, we were just talking about this. Like, I can't, there's another picture. Somebody once told me. But there's another, oh God, I was getting into it with somebody on here. It's a very good chance that I muted the thread because it got nasty. They were like,
I do that.
They were like, yeah, well, because like in real life, you can't block out people, but you can ignore them. And that's what the mute button does. Like, cry harder. I don't care.
Yeah.
But like the amount of cosplays that there are for Moraine, there is no reason for her to look this muted. There's no reason for, like, everything is wrong. It include even the cut of her, the whole cut is wrong. The color is wrong. And like that scene where I showed where she walks in and she pulls off her cape, her hood, it's black. That's not blue. Like, that's why, like, when I first watched this trailer, I had to watch it repeatedly before I could tell who anybody was. And even now, I still can't tell. And if they had stayed true,
she should just be in this outfit.
right? Like,
right?
Oh, okay, that looks like Moraine. Like, had she walked in that, I've been like, all right, well, she doesn't have everything, but I can definitely tell who she's supposed to be. Like in the trailers, I had to watch those things 3 or 4 times before I could actually differentiate who anybody was, and I still can't tell everybody apart, which is just sad.
They're describing Rand as the reluctant farm boy.
Yeah.
Perrin is the careful blacksmith. Matrim, the wry scoundrel.
What?
I really don't like how they're like making them like RPG characters.
Yeah, seriously.
What is happening?
Like, I get that it's like a fantasy series, but like these descriptions are like you're creating an RPG character to like go play.
Exactly
it's like your 2-sentence or your like 1-sentence D&D character description.
Yeah. It's like Matrim. He's your Shadow Blade, like your rogue,
right? You're a
your assassin, stealth character.
I have so many issues with this. Like, I had Wheel of Time on my radar for a while, but because it's a 14-book series, I didn't even know there was a prequel book. But because it's a 14-book series, I was like, okay, I can't get into this, like, because this is going to be a dedication of at least a month and a half of reading. And from what I understand, the 6th and 7th book are very lore heavy, but they're also very slow. So there's like not a lot of, so it's a lot of important, I don't know,
when I read them all, I just pounded them. Like, I was engrossed, so.
We're all 14 or 13 out when you read them? Yeah.
No. I had to wait. The Sanderson ones I waited for.
Too. That probably
I wait because he passed away, so I had to wait for the Sanderson books to come out. But I read so like it was weird. So like the high school I went to was across the county. So I got picked up at the library and I got dropped off at the library because I took like a transfer bus. So like I would just stay at the library and wait for
And
my
just hang
parents
out,
to pick
yeah.
me up when I was still like a freshman, sophomore, and so I would like I was reading a ton of like I was reading Dragonlance and Wheel of Time, and that's when I like kind of started. I read I only read one Tom Clancy book, but I think it's the best one. I can't
read
really
a lot
judge
of-
that, but Without Remorse is fantastic. So
Yeah.
I was like, I'm done. I can't get better than this.
You can't top it. You can't top it. I like
I've seen
Splinter
the movies. Like Without Remorse hasn't been made into a movie. Hadn't been made into a movie at that point, and it was great. So
Yeah, no, I like Tom Clancy. I read a lot of Sarah Douglas too. She was like, God rest, she's an amazing author as well. No, I read all that stuff, but like when it came to Wheel of Time, I was like, okay, like I'm gonna just set aside a chunk of time so that I can read it and really enjoy it. And then of course, you know, like life happened and I was like, no, I'll get to it. And now that I've finally like started it, I think I blew through the first 3 novels in like 2 weeks.
yeah, he needs to chide Don. We gotta chide Don now.
We really do.
I think he's read like the first 3 chapters. That's over like 5 months.
If that,
come on.
yeah.
It's just feel like you got to get on it. But yeah,
Yeah,
no,
he started Dune and stopped, and then started Wheel of Time.
Oh man, that's terrible. Like, no, so what I was gonna do was I was like, okay, well, I'll take my time and I'll get through I'll get through the first novel. I've just, you know, like I got a lot of crap going on. And I was like, I'll just get through it, but I can take my time. And then I think it might have actually been you, John. But someone told me, they were like, hey, did you know that season 1 is going to be like the first 3 books? And I was like, what? They're going to smash 3 of these bricks into one 8-episode season?
It's like, yeah.
I don't know how they're going to, like...
Each episode has to be like 2 hours long.
The whole point of doing it as a TV episode, as a TV show, is so you don't have to do that.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like I really don't understand this. I don't understand how they didn't learn the lesson why Game of Thrones was so successful, because it was literally the first season was literally like a 1-for-1 adaptation of that book. Like that's what it was. And I don't understand why these people don't do, like, they haven't learned from that. Like that's what we want. If you're adapting something, we for the most part want like 1-for-1 adaptations. Like obviously there's some things that you might have to tweak here or there for different
time's
mediums,
sake,
but for the most part keep it true to the source.
Yeah. And so like when you told me that they're gonna shove 3 books into one 8-episode season, I just can't fathom that, because like Spencer, have you read the books?
No, I have not.
Okay. If you ever read, like, the way that Jordan world builds is literally on par with Tolkien.
I believe it. Yeah. Wow. Then how are you supposed to cram that into 8 episodes?
And so like clearly the people who are running this production don't understand Jordan's vision whatsoever, because even this scene where all like, tell me that doesn't look like a freaking Eternals shot. Hang on. Leave that up, John.
Right here.
I'm gonna
100%.
Which part? Right here?
This part, yeah. She wanted the top.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does.
Hang on. Like it's all. It
I hate
literally
Lan's
all
outfit
looks the
so
same.
much. Like
it all looks the freaking same. Let me see if I can.
Lan's outfit looks terrible.
Oh god,
I don't like it.
They all look terrible. Like
yeah,
I know. First year LARP like freaking cosplayers who can find better stuff at Halloween Spirit than.
It does feel like a high school play.
It really does, and I am so angry.
So there's a Q&A. Hold on, I'm going to find it. Season 1 will cover book 1 plus some of book 2 and even book 3, but also not all of book 1, as some of it is in season 2. Cryptic enough. So that's official from their Twitter account.
This is going to be.
This is from the official Twitter
absolute
account.
freaking nightmare. Yes, it is going to be a mess. That is the only word for it. Who was in charge? They need to be fired. Here you go. Bring up
clearly
that other...
it's clearly they're doing the prequel book too, at least
They
in the
have to be.
trailer.
Shoving everything in there then.
Yeah,
Jeez.
it's not good. So bring up
How?
where's that picture you just had, John? That one from the
That's
that shop.
it's
Okay.
on
So
Winter's
look
Coming.
at that one. Now I'm sharing my
here we
screen.
go.
Yeah,
It's the
similar.
same picture.
Like shot for shot.
It's the same
So
picture. Look at that and tell me it's not the same. I mean, at least these look like blue, though. At least that
there's a
looks
little more
blue.
people, and the colors
Yeah.
are. I will say the colors are more.
There's
Slightly
slightly
more-
more.
Slightly less muted.
Slightly.
Less muted. But even that is still like, look at that. It's a freaking shot for shot.
It actually might
And,
be
like-
about the same amount of muted.
Oh
7.
God in heaven. It just angers me. Like
Macari's
this should.
outfit.
Yeah.
This is a Kirby creation. Like again, why do they hate color? Like this should be freaking.
Because if it's colorful, it's not for
Purple.
adults. You can't take it seriously, and like
I don't
that's why
even know
everything is brown and gray
what color
these
is
days.
this? Rust? Like I'm
Yeah.
over copper. Like I love copper, but like this is like
Desaturation.
yeah. This at least looks blue, but even it's like a depressing blue. I don't even really know what to call it. This looks like the Green Power Ranger threw up.
It looks like the Green Power Ranger from the movie, which is not.
I don't
great.
even like the picture doesn't even make sense because like like they say that it's supposed to be Gemma and Icarus or Cersei and Icarus are supposed to be the
okay,
ones.
I
Why
don't-
aren't they like the ones together?
I don't know.
They got
Let's-
Ajax. Gender swapped
What
Ajax
is-
up there.
Also, did you guys see
Yeah, volume
that?
dealers asking me the same question. Asking the
Yeah,
same
why?
question.
I don't know. I don't have the answer. It's because the people don't. They say things that they don't mean and they don't
Yeah, they
understand,
say
and
things.
then
That's it. That's the show,
They-
guys.
they-
They say things.
and then the production or then the promo team comes out and they're like, "Hey, you're both in blue. Stand next to each other. Okay, now we're gonna like split everybody else apart to make this look like there's no balance in this picture either. I hate this because you've got purple here and you've got rust here and you've got red here and then you come over here and it's
There's
all cool
no
tones.
warm
Like,
colors. Yeah,
there's nothing.
I
Like you
noticed that
can't.
too.
I like, ugh, I'm angry. I'm so angry. And this height thing, it bought like if it was a height, like if you went down by height, I could get or up by height, like whether you scaled up or scaled down, I could roll with it. I could get over it. If you wanted to go with like, you know, you had your purples and your reds and your rusts or whatever, and then you had your greens and your blues, and like I could get on board with that too. But like this, I don't know what this is. This is chaos. This right here is what I believe chaotic evil would be defined as. They do need pockets.
Condescending Josh is here. He says, "You know what the Eternals need? Pockets. They
Josh!
all look constipated, holding that awkward pose, especially the kid."
Yeah, this poor
It's just
child.
not inspiring. It's not anything. It's
I
black.
don't know. I feel like
They
this guy
look
looks the most
bored.
constipated. The way his arms are hanging. I don't know. He looks like Joe Biden in that one. that
He's trying to hold it in.
CNN
Yeah,
Did you see that CNN interview where he's like got his like hands like out in
Like
front
this?
of him or whatever? He's like, what are you doing?
like there's no
Everyone's like-
podium there, right?
Everyone like photoshopped him.
God.
That
Photoshop's
one's the
on that
best
one.
one.
And then
Hilarious.
tell me if you look at the Eternals trailer, like the way that they do their I brought this up too. Everything is like trying to be Game of Thrones. Wheel of Time Game of Thrones wishes it was Wheel of Time. And for some reason, the people who are dealing with the aesthetics on Wheel of Time are trying to make it look as much like Game of Thrones
Yep.
as possible. Same thing with
Well, that was
like,
that was the order from Bezos when he when he put down the order to the Amazon. He was like, I want my Game of Thrones.
yeah, well, they missed horrifically. And I just can't
yeah.
get over, like, I just cannot get over how bad some of this is. Like, did you guys see the trailer? Nerdrotics shared it yesterday in the Real BBC stream, but like, where it's supposed to be Angelina Jolie, but it's clearly a CGI video game Angelina
Oh,
Jolie.
are you talking about the
like
where she's
the
like
fight scene?
Yeah,
where
the
she's like
fight
sliding?
scene. I'm like,
Yeah.
you're literally the richest company
It's
on the
so
planet,
bad.
and that's all you can do. Like, everybody wanted to give crap to Jon Favreau for the Luke CGI at the end, and I'm like, compared to this Angelina Jolie debacle, that looks like freaking the work of like Michelangelo.
And Favreau went out and hired the guy who improved that. So
Yeah.
So like,
they went and got that guy. They actually talk about that in the I watched that, the behind the scenes, just because I think we did a story on it with with Kennedy or something like that. I think Favreau said something about Kennedy in there, so we did a story on that. But they actually talk about how they did all the CGI stuff. They make it sound like they went through a lot. Like they actually had a guy that like looks like him too, and then they use all of these like images from the archives that they pulled out from him when he was younger and stuff like that. And they even got like
that's actually
other
him.
photos from him too.
Everything leading up to the face reveal, that's all him. Like they had him, like that's why it looks like Luke Skywalker, because it's Mark Hamill.
Yeah.
It's Mark Hamill under the cape up until the point where he gets to the door.
The double looks like him too.
Yeah,
like
the double
does look a lot
like him.
Yeah,
the double does look a lot like him. But yeah, the actual fight scenes, like all of that stuff that's happening is actually Mark Hamill. That's why it feels like Luke Skywalker, because it's Luke Skywalker. But I don't know what the deal is. I have no idea what is going on in Hollywood right now outside of the fact that they have a suicide pact with each other.
But I also think I do think they're cutting. I saw someone said something. I think
they really do.
Giancarlo Esposito in his appearance on Denver Comic-Con, he actually was saying that he said that there was like the budget for The Mandalorian. There wasn't a lot. When he was first asked by Favreau to come on, which is kind of surprising. Maybe I don't know. I didn't feel like it was that cheap.
No,
the CGI in the 5th episode was terrible. When they were going through Tatooine.
Oh,
yeah.
First season.
Well, if some individuals are to be believed, like apparently KK didn't want this to happen. Bob Iger did. And so
I could believe that.
KK tried to throttle the show because she did not want Favreau to. She wanted her stuff to be successful. She wanted her trilogy to be successful. She wanted her
Star Wars.
Her Star Wars to be successful. And like if you watch, don't do it, but if you look at like TLJ, and the Porg wish they were Baby Yoda. They were purely a marketing gimmick.
Oh yeah, 100%.
And they wish that they could do what Baby Yoda did. They were purposely put in there to market toys and to be this like the next craze of whatever. And
they should have had Chewie eat it then.
They should have. But
they already killed it.
I know.
Don't
waste not, want not.
Waste not, want not. But then Baby Yoda came on the scene, and Favreau did that through just writing and telling a story and bringing characters that he knew that the Star Wars fans would actually engage with and like. And look at what Baby Yoda is. Like it's a frenzy. Like you have kids that love it, you have grown women that think it's because it's a baby. They're like, oh my god, I want my Baby Yoda. Like I'm gonna snuggle it. It's so cute.
No, dude, he's like 80 years old and he like survived.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. He looks like a baby. It don't matter. He looks like a baby. You're missing the point, John.
I know.
So, get it with the marketing brain.
I'm pointing out the story inconsistencies.
Yeah, the normie ladies do not care. He looks like a baby. Like the baby Yoda girl fans don't care. He looks like an adorable baby. They're going to cuddle him. They're going to wear him on a hat. They're going to wear him on a shirt. They're going to put on little Baby Yoda mittens, and they're going to be cute because Baby Yoda is cute and he looks like a baby, and they love it. And the Porg wish that they were what Baby Yoda was or is.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Like they do. That's the whole reason for the Porg's existence.
Their existence, yeah.
Was marketing. They had no bearing on the story whatsoever.
Give us the money.
Yeah, and then it flopped and it didn't work. And they tried to, like, I don't know what brainchild tried to replace R2-D2 with freaking BB-8, but that flopped on its face too. And then C-3PO is basically just not in anywhere.
He shows up in Skywalker.
Yeah, like I don't know what
for
brainchild.
The dumbest plot point of all time.
Yeah. I don't know what.
Turns like this language. So let me have this guy hack me.
I was programmed not to by my master to not read Sith. It's like, so Anakin at like 9 told you to not read Sith, even though he didn't know about any of the stuff. And then I'm saying goodbye to my friends. And then it's like, oh, hey, by the way, we have a backup for C-3PO's brain. It's right here. He just doesn't remember like the last 2 hours. It's like, get out of here. Cool. Thanks.
Yeah. No. I never have and never will seen The Fall of Skywalker.
What, you don't want to see space horses running across the outside of a Death Star or a Death Star Destroyer?
Nope, not even a little bit interested. I didn't go see I hated The Force Awakens. And like everybody loved it, and I thought that maybe I was crazy. But I hated Force Awakens.
No, I don't think that everyone loved that movie. I think that
it was
people who loved it drowned out. At that point, drowned out a lot of the people who were like, "This is like a copy." Because I think there were a lot of people saying that it was a copy. That it was like
one of those people.
There's no difference.
Yeah, no, it was a cheap knockoff for sure, but also it also wasn't really it was so disrespectful and derogatory. Like it just was not good. And then you had The Last Jedi doesn't feel like it belongs with the other. I'm assuming it doesn't feel like it belongs with The Last Jedi from everything I've heard about it and the clips that I've seen, which is more than enough.
The Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. It makes absolutely
yes to her, no to her question. Yeah.
Yeah. There's no flow with this story. You can tell 2 different people wrote it. You can tell there's no anything. Like so the only thing that I can say, because from my understanding, the scene with the space horses is that the Star Destroyers they can't tell which way is up. Is that what was going on?
Yep.
Right? So that is actually I'm not defending the terrible writing, but please bear with me. Okay, so I worked aviation when I was in the Marine Corps. I worked aviation when I was in the Marine Corps, specifically life support systems. So like anything that helped keep the pilot alive if there was a systems failure or enemy fire or anything like that. Basically, when you watch Top Gun, ejection seats, parachutes, and survival equipment, along with oxygen systems, is what I worked on. So we had a situation where it was an F-18 Delta, and that's a 2-seater. So kind of like in Top Gun, where you've got your pilot and you've got your Wizzo, is what they're called in the back. And what happened was they were doing training ops, and a few things occurred that should not have been able to happen. First, the pilot got disoriented and confused, which is not uncommon because it was a clear blue day. It was a clear sky out, and they were flying over the water. He couldn't tell which was the ocean and which was the sky. You got to understand they're pulling knots, like insane amount of speed at this time.
Yeah.
So
stories like this.
Yeah, so they couldn't differentiate from the sky, and they couldn't what the sky and the water was. So the Wizzo also could not get a reading on the instruments. there was a failure of electronics. So the instruments weren't telling him which way was up and which way was down, which is literally part of their job, is like elevation, position, all of that stuff. So they couldn't get a bearing. Turns out they were actually inverted, which means the cockpit was facing the ocean, not the sky. When a jet is inverted, you are not supposed to be able to eject. It's a safety precaution. It's a safety measure, because if you eject inverted, you are going to plummet towards the earth. Like you're literally taking
You're just like a missile. Yeah.
Pretty much. It's called, it's different explosives that are on the seats, but that's how ejections work. The first thing that happens, so like in Top Gun, the scene where you see Goose die is because the CADs, they're called CADs. The CADs for the canopy are supposed to blow front to back, because the canopy is and then that will pull the canopy away from the jet. Instead of it going straight up, it will rip backwards. That's why they blow front to back. They don't all blow simultaneously, so that you have the momentum, so that it clears the space, so that your seat can eject. But in Top Gun, the situation that happened was the CADs all went off at once, so the canopy was directly above them. And then when Goose ejected, he ejected into the canopy. Obviously, if you've seen Top Gun, that's the situation that happened there. Now imagine that situation, but inverted over the ocean, basically. So they ejected, and they were able to eject over the ocean, which shouldn't have happened. And both of them survived, thankfully. Like it's a freaking miracle. But because I have actually lived through that situation, and I've seen it happen, and like to this day, they still can't figure out how they were able to eject inverted. I can see why one or two of the ships wouldn't be able to tell which way was up. The difference being these Star Destroyers can hover. Correct me if I'm wrong. They were hovering in the film, right?
Yeah, they were off of the planet's surface.
Okay, so because they can hover, that means that they could, even if they were inverted, if they had started going down and broken through the water, they would have still been fine, because they're not pulling knots and they're not ejecting. So it wouldn't have mattered which direction they went, because they can withstand the ocean, they can withstand space, and even if they're inverted and they go down, they're not pulling enough knots to be of a concern, basically.
Right.
So the instrument thing makes sense to me, but the justification behind it does not.
Oh yeah, all of it.
The whole reason why they even have the space horses, though, is because if they didn't have space horses, the Empire would like jam their ships or whatever. Like
how
that's what
space horses get on the ships.
So they're like
they land them.
They literally land. I don't know. It makes no sense.
They do a Normandy landing on Star Destroyer.
Right. They're like the guys like they don't have any. There's nothing to jam them or whatever. But like obviously they could have jammed the ships. That's
so dumb.
It's really bad. It's so bad. All right. It's almost 2, so I think we need to wrap it up though.
Sorry, John.
It's okay.
Just for you, by the way, Lady Gravemaster.
Oh my god. Why?
These are the people in charge of Star Wars nowadays.
They have tattoos of Porg on their leg.
Matt Martin and his wife, who both work for Star Wars.
Oh, that's Matt Martin?
That's Matt Martin, our good old friend, Matt Martin.
Canon doesn't matter, Matt Martin. All right, thank you all for joining us. We will be back next week at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Make sure you check out Lady Gravemaster's channel. She's got a lot going on. Sailor Moon, though. You said Weird Science?
Yeah, so Sailor Moon is on Lethal's channel. Tomorrow is Weird Science. I'm trying to drop at least 2 vids this week. I don't know when that'll be. So yeah, and then of course FNT. I'll be wrenching on FNT. But I appreciate you guys having me on. This was fun. I'm sorry we only talked about like 3 topics and then went off on wild tangents.
Oh no, that's what we do.
Yeah,
that's great.
We loved having you, or I loved having you at least.
No, we did. It's a we.
It's a weird. Well, I appreciate
Speak
and
in
love
French.
being here. Thank you so much. I do. You guys are awesome. Even Spencer.
Sometimes.
All right. Have a good night, guys.
Take it easy, everyone.
Bye.